Once again, I believe that it is, in fact, D&D Day. What does that mean? Our brave heroes, dispatched from the Black Keep, on their way to Night's Vein, once again, basilisks, necromancers, and agents of the Great Worm of the East. West, one of the directions. There's a Great Worm in one of the two ways. I don't know. I remember which one. I'm sorry, Ashley. Defeating the enemies has been a challenge, however, as an Avenger of the Order. What order? I don't know. We didn't name it. I'm just an Avenger of the Order. I will ensure safe passage. However, we have lost our companion, Andy, to duty and obligation, which means once again we are alone as strangers in a strange land. Just a paladin, her Avenger companion, and their walking salad. But you know what? We'll be all right. We'll be all right because we have in our possession the ancient guardian blade of darkness. Shadows form around its shards. That's right, the dread blade Twill. Is it going to corrupt me and turn me into a potentially villainous character? Maybe. I actually did the most cursed shit during our last D&D game. So first of all, good morning everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. I appreciate y'all being here. Good morning. Oh shit, Samurai's in 2 chats. Good morning, Anna. Good morning, Lexer. What's up, Kat? Good to see you. Good evening, my friend. What's up, Fox? Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. What's going on, Carter? Good to see you guys. So, even Lexer, what's up, bro? So, I had the most cursed shit in our last D&D game. Yep. I went in to ChatGPT and I prompted ChatGPT to roleplay as a ancient cursed sword that has a romantic attraction to the knight who wields it. Yep. And every time ChatGPT responded to me telling it what was going on in the game, I told it to get it even more creepy every single time. And then I would post the RP of Twill, our sword, into our Discord chat to the point where it started to get uncomfortable. This thing got weird, man. So, hey, how about that, man? I don't know if I can do that shit again. We might need to leave the Twill RP back in the hallowed ages of the past as to avoid the disappointment that was. Oh god, we're just itching for a TPK, aren't we? But you know, also it's got me thinking. It is July, and we said that after July I would start my one-on-one D&D campaign with Ella Blackwood. Yep. That we would start a one-on-one D&D game with Ella Blackwood on stream. It's July, man. Yep. GameCon is coming past. ArdCon is over. The lead up to Vegreville Ren Fair, Renaissance and Medieval Festival, and Viking Village, and Jousting Tournament. Had a full name there, not being respectful enough to it. That has come and passed as of last weekend. I have no obligations for 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, I'll have to miss another Friday stream because I forgot that we're going to see Ella's family in the bleak, barren land of Saskatchewan. That's right. Proud about that. Besides that, we don't have any events, markets, anything like that going on until the last weekend of August. So 5 or 6 weeks, right? Which means that we have time to actually start playing D&D again. So we got to pick a night of the week to do it. Can't be Thursdays. I'm busy playing D&D on Thursdays. And it can't be probably not a weekend day either. So probably another weekday. And then we got to start our first canonical story on stream. That nonsense, that business with Galactic Sewer Carp, that was a little spin-off thing. That was us having some fun, but it wasn't an official Eldara canonical story. And the one thing that I love about Ella Blackwood, the only thing, by the way, is the only thing I actually like about her. One of the things I love about Ella, is that she is always so enthusiastic to tell an Eldara story, right? Lots of people want to tell, like D&D players want to tell their own story. 100%, that's what you do. It's D&D, let's go, man. And so a lot of people take the things that you say in your D&D world and you talk about these ideas, these places, these concepts. They say, I want to be that, but I want to be different. And that's the way you play D&D. And so it's always the role, I think, of the world builder and creator to create the exception so you can be, the rule so that you can be the exception. There we go. And I think about that sometimes. But one of the things I love about Ella Blackwood is she always plays a character, tells a story, whatever it is, where she wants to play within the rule. She wants to help tell a canonical story. So a game with Ella Blackwood, I could guarantee as being the first canonical linear story that we tell about Eldara. It'll be the story of two Astral Knights. Lady, that's right, Nobility. Lady, what was her name? Alicia Greymore of the Shattered Sea Greymoors, and her apprentice, not a lady, Eve. Don't know Eve's last name. I forgot. I wrote it down somewhere. It's somewhere, man. It's a lot of names. Which channel? It'll probably be on Ella's channel, Samurai. Probably be on Ella's stream over there in the other land. Which Ella might even start streaming twice a week. Then, you know, we might get Ella streaming the D&D game. And then we might also get Ella streaming dice making, Lego building, hanging out once a week. Yeah, man, that's gonna be good. So yeah, I'll be over on Ella's channel, I think, most likely. Is jousting a thing in Eldara? Because then I'd like to see two jousting knights going at it in art form. Jousting is absolutely a thing in Eldara. There's actually two forms of jousting that are present and common and well written out, but obviously knightly jousting, the sport of lancery and shield wielding, as we know jousting to be, definitely is a thing found in Novalia and as a tradition also in Stonemark. However, it's a bit different. It's a little bit different, as jousting in that form, in the traditional sort of horse and shield, whatever form in Stonemark, or sorry, in Novalia, is more of a religious ceremony type thing, right? It's more of a practice. If you're familiar with, I mean, who the fuck's familiar with this shit? If you're familiar with some of the lore behind certain Japanese martial arts like sumo wrestling started off as like a bit to be TLDR. I don't want some glasses adjusting fucking weeb correcting me on the minutia here, but basically TLDR comes down to sumo wrestling started off as a form of competitive martial art to honor the gods, to do whatever as a religious ceremony. Jousting is more like that in Novalia, the ancient ritualistic sort of combat in favor of the gods and the whatever and all this cool stuff. Jousting in Stonemark lost all of the religiosity and just became a way to settle disputes for entertainment and to earn glory. So jousting in Stonemark is much more like the movie A Knight's Tale than maybe jousting in Novalia, the ancient lands of the humans. However, the other form of jousting is a aerial joust that is a combat style joust aboard the wings of great beasts flying you through the skies in the Shattered Sea, in which there are rings set up as connecting points to clash as two knights would fly through the rings in opposite directions, clashing at each ring, trying to score points on each other. And it's much more of a sport than it is a ceremony or anything, but it's very exciting. It's very cinematic. It's a whole fucking thing. There's magic involved. There's explosions and shit and whatever. It's definitely a spectacle. So, but no, jousting in the form that you'd think of it is definitely a thing in Novalia and Stonemark. So, just think shiny armor. Well, the Astral Knights are very good at keeping their armor. So, you know, I'm just saying. We might have to do some full art for Lady Alicia and make sure that Ella has good art in good standings for her very important character. Honestly, there's a lot of world building around Ella's characters that I always find very fulfilling. It's always very like inspiring, I guess, to write more lore into stories for Ella, because she's always I don't know how to describe this. She's always so reverent to the world that it makes me want to try extra hard to make sure that she has sort of an experience that fits in canon and is, you know, fully fleshed out. But I don't want to make it sound like people who don't sort of treat Eldar with that same reverence won't get that kind of experience in a D&D game from me. But I've come to the conclusion that that's actually okay, and it's exactly the fucking way it is. Because whenever I'm playing D&D in Eldara, I am focused more on the creation of the world in some ways than the enjoyment of the players' personal stories. You're like, but that's the whole point of the game. It is the whole point of the game. The problem is I've got other stuff going on, right? I got to build a world out. I gotta make a campaign setting. I gotta make an adventure. And so whenever I'm playing D&D, I'm like, I will give you guys the best, most, you know, thought out, built up, whatever dope ass campaign I can, but I'm gonna want to tell a canonical story. And there are some people that like find that idea abhorrent and offensive and wouldn't want to play in a game with me like that. Wouldn't want to play in Eldara. And you know what I do? I just don't play with them. You know, I realize I'm allowed to be selfish with my games. I'm allowed to say, yeah, I want to tell a canonical story in Eldara. You know, I didn't at the very beginning when I first had players, because I didn't have much for the world. So if you wanted to be a gnome, like I had a cleric who was a gnomish cleric of Saloon. It's like gnomes don't exist, and the D&D gods don't exist. So that character is completely just non-existent as far as the canon of Eldara goes. But now that I have a more full setup, you know, setting, yeah, it's fun to play with players that are like, I want to tell an Eldara story and like help try and build out things in there that I can then build around them. You know, what's good, SK Gamer Connor? What's going on, dude? Good to see you. How you doing? Good morning. Any cat girls today? No, honestly, Cal, no, I don't think so. I don't think anyone has currently ordered a cat girl on coffee. If you can believe it, the closest thing was a fox boy that Aduria ordered. So no one's ordered things. I don't understand. All this meme crafting, all this shit talking, all this complainerating over wanting me to draw cat girls. And yet no one has ordered one. I'm starting to think that the people behind the meme are less serious than they let themselves off to be. So I don't know, man. We'll have to see what the projects look like going into the fall, you know? I don't know. Maybe someone will ask for a Nithar or something. Who knows, man? But good morning, Cal. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, so we're gonna do the warm-up again. I'm actually very excited to do my little speed painting warm-up again, because I've been enjoying doing that shit. You know, I feel like I'm getting back to like the skills that I want to sort of be practicing up and building up in that kind of speed painting style. It's nice to feel like I am going in a direction that I haven't put much thought or effort into in a while. So it's very cool. So we'll do that. I got some character design to do today. We got some D&D planning to do. I really need to plan out this adventure for Ella. I want it to be something where we go to different places in the world that we haven't really developed or built on stream. I want it to be a departure from what maybe like you guys know and like what I've been developing in like sort of the open. So there's kind of maybe a sense of like, I don't know, like exploration for everyone, not just me and not just Ella. That they're like, it's satisfying to see places that we've built up come to life, right? It's very satisfying to see that shit happen. But I think it's also there's a certain, I feel like almost like lack of imagination and exploration that happens. And I don't know if you guys have noticed this in world building. It's a problem that I see everywhere, and a trap I try not to fall into, but I'm doomed to fall into myself. And that's almost trying to explain too much about the world. I don't know, honestly, any single world builder that doesn't fall into that trap, that thinks about world building a lot. And I think that it's one of those things that is a byproduct of doing it in front of other people and being like questioned and challenged and all the good things you want about your world building. And not necessarily having the right kind of push-pull of like rule of cool, you know, like when you say something is the way it is because it's cool, oftentimes that's met with like, oh, that's lazy, you know. But honestly, it's like one of those things that I think that if you think everything out too much, you kind of end up with a bland, neutered like world. And so I got to do a little bit of that in the world building that I do for different areas. Is just kind of have crazy things that don't necessarily have like a full 30-page document of history and mechanics and engineering and whatnot behind them of exactly how they work. It's just a cool thing, you know? What's up, Raider? Been enjoying your art on TikTok? Dude, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by the stream, though. That means a lot. I have been enjoying making my process videos for TikTok, so I really appreciate you, I guess, checking those out. And yeah, man, thanks for stopping by the stream as well. I should be posting some more process videos for new stuff, not just sort of character portraits and stuff soon. So I'm very excited about that. I'm enjoying making the videos more than I thought I would, because I started making process videos just for myself so that I would see my own progress, and then I just like, you know, talk shit or whatever over top of the video, and it's funny and whatever, and I enjoy it. But I've really been enjoying the process more so. So I don't know, it's been cool. I've been having fun. I took a couple of weeks off of making basically any new videos because I just wasn't feeling good, had some stuff going on. So I made like, I think 5 new videos last week, and it felt really good. So I after getting home from the Ren Fair, I didn't make a single new video since then. So I need to get back onto it this week and this weekend and get back into the cadence of making stuff and feeling like I'm like seeing it, you know, seeing the processes, videos popping up every once in a while would be nice. So, but yeah, as far as the world building goes for wherever we're going in the world, it's going to be basically vibes first. And I think that's the way to do it. There's like a mistake that I think that I like, the main mistake that I think I've fallen prey to with the world building of Eldara is that I'm pretty sure I have tried to defend too many ideas. You know, I think I've tried to defend too many ideas. I really have. And it's one of those things that, like, if you ask maybe 100 people if the world building and the whatever of the world needs to make sense, you'll almost always get people universally saying, yeah, of course, the world needs to make sense and you need to know how it works. There needs to be laws and rules and this and that, and this is how you do it and that's how you do it, and this is exactly how the world needs to go in order to feel real and fleshed out and all these things. And a lot of people have these, it's almost like, you know, it's an idea that's really freaked me out recently, how much of our conversations are basically LLMs, these like large language models. How much of the ideas we say and accept and regurgitate ourselves are the ideas that we say and accept and regurgitate because those are the accepted ideas that we say and regurgitate. And so you hear, especially on my end, and if you've been in stream long enough, you hear the same sort of ideas pop up when we get to certain topics. Someone will pop up and have like a really great take, and I'll pose the question, what makes for a good villain? And you'll see like 8 people say, well, a villain should be morally gray and relatable and all these things and should have a redeeming qualities, and these kind of things that you hear all the time. And if you watch a video, and I'm not shit talking any YouTubers in specific, I'm not thinking of a video in specific, but if you watch videos on like how to write a good villain in D&D, they'll all kind of have the same advice. And I think the advice in a lot of cases is kind of wrong. It's like missing a lot of points. It's like the surface idea is there, but the substrate under it, the depth of what forms that idea, is missing in a lot of ways. For lots of things. For advice on art, for, you know, whatever. You'll hear certain phrases and you won't really understand the depth of what goes into that phrase. You'll say a villain should be relatable. What you don't know is all the things that villain needs to be relatable in. You'll think like the top 3 surface things of how relatability in a villain works. right? And so I think the same thing happens with world building, where you hear people sort of say, well, this is what makes for good world building. This is what you want to do. This is how you do it. This is what you're supposed to do with world building. And so often I've come to realize more and more, people are fucking wrong, and they have no idea what they want until you slap it on a plate in front of them. And isn't that the delight of life? That when you don't know you want something and someone hands it to you and you're surprised and delighted and you're like, oh my God, this is awesome. That's so much better than something meeting expectation, right? And so if we build things, write things, draw things, whatever, create things that fit within this standard. And if you ask 100 people, how do I make a good whatever it is, story, narrative, cat girl, piece of art, painting, doesn't matter what it is. You ask 100 people, what's the right way to do it? They will all tell you in this sort of large language model, like regurgitated idea, this collective idea that's accepted, that people sort of feel like they can sort of like say safely without being like questioned or challenged or whatever. It's like when people say like, who's the greatest basketball player of all time? Everyone says Michael Jordan. And if you say someone different, it's like, oh, well, you're wrong and weird. You know, when you might have a good case for it, doesn't matter. It's just kind of the accepted thing that people say. It's the popular thing. And so I'm trying more and more to try and figure out, well, what is it that like is actually the right way to do things for world building, for Eldara, and for the art of it, that doesn't necessarily track with what people say. You know, it's like, someone will say, well, how do those floating islands work? And you know what? This is perfect. I made a video months and months and months ago where I talked about floating islands and how sometimes it's cool to have floating islands, right? And I kind of alluded to this idea a little bit where I said, and you don't have to tell your players how it happened. And I had a lot of people kind of defending that, but missing the point. And maybe it'd be fun to go through those comments and actually see. But basically, the basic vibe of a lot of the comments were like, yeah, exactly. You don't need to over-explain it to your players. It could be a wizard that casts a spell on the island for all they know. It could be that the island is, you know, gravitationally kind of connected to some other dimension, and that portal formed, and that the island is sort of in between realms. And people said, yeah, I agree. You don't need to explain it. And then proceeded to try and find an explanation. And I think that anytime you try and find an explanation like that, you create a bit of a barrier, a box around yourself, around your idea. You've drawn an outline around what it is, right? And in this weird like dependency we have on describing how things work, we've missed out on a lot of the grandeur of the feelings of like, oh wow, that's so cool, you know? And I think that's something I'm going to sort of seek out more in my art and more in my world building, is creating an idea and legitimately never telling people how it works. And embracing the mysticism of a world. And I think that, because here's the thing, when you do that and you say, I don't want to explain how this thing works, I think that you get met with a lot of people who are like, oh, you have to. You need to, because they want to challenge the idea. They want to pick it apart. They're that personality type. They want to know the intricacies. Let me try it. The intricacies. What's the word? I don't know. I'm too dumb for this. It's too early. I lifted too much weight this morning. I can't fucking think. They want to know how it works. Intricities. Thank you. Yep. They want to know how it all works. But that's a very small portion of the population. But then what I've noticed was when somebody says, well, you have to tell me how this works. And if you say, I don't know how it works, then you get met with, oh, see, lazy world builder, lazy storyteller. Yep, doesn't even know how his own world works, can't even create rules and laws. And that's a very, very small minority of people. The majority of people, when you say, there's a floating island and a whale in the sky made of rainbows, and there's like knights flying on dragons and all this other stuff around here, and they're like, wow, that's so cool. They don't need you to tell them exactly how everything fucking works. And they don't want to know. They want to think that they're like, let their imagination run wild. And I've realized that the challenging voices, the best thing to do is not listen to them and be told that you aren't thinking your world out very much. If you ever get the sense that you're neutering an idea, that you're muting or blunting a cool idea in the name of making it whatever. But then those same people who will say things like, oh, well, you must answer for your crimes for not knowing how the floating islands work. They will also adjust their glasses and say, oh yeah, the worst thing George Lucas ever did is midichlorians. It was much better when the force was an unknown force. You see, like, even they want there to be, you know, a level of mysticism. And I think it's the kind of thing where people really want to get to the candy core of it. But man, if you savor the experience, you have a better time. And so you have to kind of, like, people are going to ask for all the stories. Like, at Ren Fair, conversation I had with somebody, they said basically, hey, this is cool. What are the rings about? And I told them they want to ask more and more and more. And I went deep on the Eldar lore with a couple of people, and it was really fun. One person, I got to kind of the end, and they're like, so this like big thing, this big planet in the middle, Eldar, like, what is it? And I gave them the answer I give anyone else. I say, well, it depends on who you ask. The dwarves say it's this, the elves say it's this, the humans in Novalia say it's this, and they're like, oh, it's so cool. So what is it? And I said to them what I say to every other person who asked that question. I say, that's like kind of the story, is figuring out what it is. And in 20 years, after 3 movies, 8 games, you know, 50 D&D adventures, that payoff of question will be there. And they got kind of like deflated. They're like, oh, well, like, I want to know now. And it's like, yeah, I know. And it's that sort of petulant, like even when people like then lash out, right? Because this person, I don't remember what they said, but they like kind of scoffed or whatever. We're like, ugh. Like kind of like they were like, oh god, this is so annoying. They didn't. I don't remember what they said, what words they said specifically. They said something afterward, like it was something like, that's a letdown or whatever. I don't know. But they wanted it so bad, and I wasn't going to give it to them.
How exciting.
Yo, what's up, Say? Good to see ya. How's it going, Say? I was in the middle of telling Ren Fair stories and complaining about things. So, good morning, Say. Hello. Good to see you. If you guys aren't following Say, I was chilling out earlier, and Say was helping me out with Ren Fair stuff. So, please go give Say some love. Say's amazing. And yeah, and I think that when people have that kind of petulant, like they'll even get mad at you for not telling them the end of the story. I think that's such a good thing now. I used to be like kind of like, oh, I don't want everyone to be mad at me. I got to tell them everything, how everything works. I got to answer to the crowd, answer to the masses for my crimes of storytelling. And now I'm like so confident just being like, man, you're like lashing out here in this way is like such a good indication that this is a really good story to hold on to, you know. Aduria, thanks ton of bits, bro. Hello, what's going on? Hold on. One sec. I'm gonna catch up in chat and then we'll get into it. But first, what the fuck is it? What is the meta this week? Is it literally just the bean meta? The common soybean? Edamame is great, and soy sauce is fantastic, and miso's delicious, and natto is phenomenal. I'm gonna give it like a 9.3 as far as a bean goes. Good shit, man. Okay, so let me catch my chat real quick. Back from the farm, and I shot my first buck. Congratulations, Leo. That's an accomplishment, man. What's basketball? It's a sport in America, Kat. It's actually very popular in China as well. I think a lot of world building is practiced in outlining, sketching, fundamentals. Like when you see advanced artists who paint in values, I think good world building is implied and hinted at rather than directly outlined in stories. Yes, exactly. But Samurai, do you know what I'm talking about when I talk about people that are like kind of hungry and like demanding that you answer the individual questions, when sometimes it's better to paint in a broad brush, you know? You shouldn't ask people about workers. As always, as artists, you are the trendsetters, not the trend followers, because your comments about LLM is so on point, because since the dawn of time, one genre of music is established that it uniformizes more and more, same in other art. Yeah, it's the responsibility in some ways of the artists to tell you what you want. But people don't want to hear that. Because at the same time, as a virtuous game developer, artist, filmmaker, you're supposed to listen to your audience. And I think that's true. I think you should also do stuff once in a while. Actually, more often than not, that they weren't expecting or asking for. The New Science magazine did a great interview when they asked how does the Heisenberg compensator work, and the official answer was very well, thank you very much. That's fucking hilarious, dude. That's what I'm gonna say from now on. People say, how does this work in Eldara? If it's mystical, I would say it works fantastically. That's I'm gonna fucking yoink that, Samurai. If you don't mind, I'm gonna use that all the time. It isn't about hand magic system. Like, I get the appeal of soft magic or hard magic system. The appeal of soft magic systems in Lord of the Rings and the horror stories, but isn't a TTRPG want to use the powers behind the things? And that's the thing that I think you're right in a sense, Kat. But if my goal is to make a fantasy setting that I can tell stories in, not a TTRPG, I am using the tool of TTRPGs to build a fantasy setting. And so it's like the priority there. Which am I doing? And every once in a while, I have to sacrifice something in the TTRPG space in the name of not sacrificing something in the narrative realm. And that's exactly one of the sacrifices I make. The answer would be, it's a fantasy world, so why not? Using your imagination is part of the fun. And I get that, Lexter. There is a certain sense of that it's a fantasy world, so why not? But I think that when you ask people to suspend disbelief, you spend a resource. And I think the best fantasy and the best narrative and the best stories and the best worlds, I think they don't ask you to suspend your disbelief too often. They create things that are believable enough that you don't have to spend that resource of saying it's a fantasy world. And so I think you should be very careful about how often you say that. And if you paint the entire thing with the it's a fantasy world brush, then you get stuff like anime fantasy. And I love anime fantasy and its irreverence, but sometimes it goes too far. So, for instance, you have anime fantasy, which it's a fantasy world. So why do we have to have elves that look like elves? Why can't our elves be blue? And it's like, wow, thanks, Japan, for resetting our idea on elves. We needed that. And then they're like, yeah, exactly. It's a fantasy world. So I have a Kalashnikov rifle. And you're like, well, that doesn't quite feel right. That doesn't quite feel like it's fantasy. Kind of takes you out of the mood. And they're like, whoa, it's fantasy. You can do whatever you want. Then it becomes more like fantastical in a way that's not productive, I think. So I always like to be very careful when I sort of use that kind of like, I never want to paint the entire world with that broad brush, because I think that argument sort of crumbles very quickly. So whenever I say that it's like, this is part of the fantastical world, I want it to be a very precise surgical placement of that idea in my writing or whatever. The whole metachlorian thing was also a product of its time. The age of movies were made in was different than the originals. Today we do things different again. I got to think about that, because I think I actually just strongly disagree with that. My gut is that I strongly disagree with that, because the success of Star Wars is that it was an old story that you could tell at any point in time. You could tell it in ancient Greece, you could tell it in ancient Egypt, you could tell it in the Roman expansion age, you could tell it in the 19th century wars, and you could tell it in the modern day, and it still tracks with people, just in different sort of ways. And I think the mysticism is part of that. So I don't know. That's a good point, though. I'm not saying you're like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying my gut instinct is that I disagree with that. So hopefully I was able to help with your booty problems. You did say, I am inspired now by a new place to look for boots for a Renaissance fair. I'm still looking at the Son of Sandler. So Nato was good. I need to go to Japan. Nato was great. I don't understand. I think Nato is a problem textually for people, but to be honest, if you explore Japanese food enough, especially traditional Japanese food, so not things like westernized Japanese food or Western or European influences of Japanese food. So things like, you talk about traditional Japanese food and people think of stuff like, oh, tonkatsu. That's not traditional Japanese food. Anything that's basically fried and breaded and whatever is not traditional Japanese. Even like ramen and stuff isn't like traditional Japanese. When you think of traditional Japanese food, like ancient Japanese food, a lot of it is very difficult to get through texturally. Like jellied, the worst thing that I've ever had texturally to get through was jellied seaweed. That was really tough. But if you ever go to like a fancy ryokan, which is like a traditional Japanese inn, you're supposed to stay like one night. You're not supposed to stay there like a hotel. You're supposed to go to ryokan for a night, enjoy the hot springs, enjoy a good meal, and then leave. That's like the tradition behind it. You usually get what's called like a kaiseki meal, which is like this whole like massive arrangement of like traditional ass Japanese food. And natto is like not that difficult to get through. I think once if you can train yourself up on some of the harder textures to get through in that traditional sense, natto's not that bad. And actually, when you mix it with rice, I think it's actually pretty fucking good. So, and the taste is phenomenal. It's kind of like a more satisfying earthy miso. So the taste I don't think is ever a problem for people for natto, but natto's great. It's super fucking healthy. You know, everybody should eat it, bro. You get some stuff like Devil May Cry Reboot. It's a game about demons and slashing things, and you care about suspension of disbelief. Yeah, maybe like the Japanese fantasy storytellers in games and manga and anime, I always think are really good for us because, like I said, they're irreverent of our Western preconceptions. So we have this idea that like dwarves should be like this, and elves should be like this, and dragons should be like this, and castles should look like this. And a lot of the Japanese storytellers will take like the fantasy ideas from the West, from Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones and these type of things, and Frazetta, and they'll do their own shit with it in a way that isn't obvious to us Western influenced writers and authors and artists. And it's like, huh, that's really fucking cool. I like the way they handle this idea. That's really rad. Right? They'll do that with lots of things in fantasy, but then they'll also do stuff where they risk going too far, and you're like, that's ridiculous. Nah, I don't like that. You know, they'll introduce chainsaws into your fantasy whatever or some shit, and you're like, okay, that you lost me on that one. A good example might be like if you're familiar with the Dot Hack franchise. They do a lot of amazing stuff with fantasy in the Dot Hack franchise, and then as the main character of the second series of Dot Hack games, you get a big chainsaw greatsword at some point in time, and you're like, it's a little Yu-Gi-Oh. I'll be honest, we're a little Yu-Gi-Oh for my taste in this one. But I'd rather they continue to push the genre in weird directions than not, because even though they miss, let's just say 25% of the time, and you just roll your eyes at it, they also hit really well 25% of the time. So half the time they're just doing the Western stuff, and then the other 1/4 of the time they're missing real bad, but 1/4 of the time they're doing really cool shit that you would not get unless you were willing to make the misses. And that's so important, I think, for developing new shit, yo. The best fantasy has some grounding in reality. Well, I think the best fantasy is believable. And I think the grounding in reality is a byproduct of believability. It's a pathway towards believability. Right? Because believability is the ultimate expression in some ways of immersion. And immersion is kind of the main catalyst for experience when it comes to, I think, reading about fantastical places. And so you think about really immersive things in fantasy, whether it's books, games, movies, whatever. Think of like the Lord of the Rings is insanely immersive, and you can track it with the way the storytelling goes, the dialogue, the costume, everything. But the cinematography is really important. The movie making aspect of Lord of the Rings movies is really part of this too. So you get, if you track your emotions and your heart rate and your breathing while you're sort of watching in the movie, if you're really into it, you track a very wide range of experiences. You know, whether it is this kind of like curling like an anxiousness in Moria, you know, or this like kind of stinging pain as the skeleton is falling down the well, or even in the later movies, this sense of like when Theoden is rallying his people to charge upon the armies of Mordor. Like track your heart rate. It'll go up, and you're like, your breathing gets a little heavier. It pulls you in. That's like good shit, man. And some people are embarrassed of that. The kind of people that are embarrassed of crying at movies, like, I'm not gonna let a movie make me cry. Fuck, man. Like, then you're not letting the movie like pull you the fuck in, bro. I think it's totally important. So immersion is the thing that makes us really feel like it's meaningful storytelling. You know, I think it's really cool. So yeah, exactly. Grounding is, I think, a pathway to that immersive experience. But the problem is if we settle with grounding in some ways, then I think we miss the end goal, the end point, and we might get distracted along the way. It's like one of those hierarchies of values with storytelling that I've really thought about a lot. Okay, sorry, let me catch up. Now is amongst the most disgusting foods in the world, along with surströmming and kasu marzu. I don't know what the kasu marzu is, but I know a lot of people don't like natto. I think it is just a texture problem. I don't think natto doesn't smell bad, doesn't taste bad. I think it's really just the texture. So I think I know wakame that I like a lot, as long as it's not jellied, bro. It's not made by Capcom, but given to Ninja Gardens. There's that. It wasn't made by Japanese, but I think it had a lot of the influence in there from like, I mean, sure, the studio might not have been specifically, but you know, it's kind of like the Kojima versus whatever era. So kobolds in Japan are dog people instead of lizard dragon people they are in the Western world. Well, kobolds started out as dogs, so there's kind of that as well. Like the idea of orcs in Japanese manga and stuff like that being pigmen is actually more of a traditional idea than the orcs that we know. Right? Kobolds being dog people or rat people is actually more correct and proper and traditional than the dragons and lizard people. Lizard kobolds is actually a pretty new invention. Right? If you track the origin of kobolds in stories, the like lizard people is like, that's new shit, man. Like, I think Wizards came up with that shit for a more recent version of D&D. I actually know that in original D&D, the first edition shit, kobolds I think were a little like kind of like they were mammalian instead of reptilian. So yeah, it's funny how like, and Japan will hear a standard and stick onto it. I do think the most superior, the most apex form of kobold in any way, I think is the Ratman from World of Warcraft. I think that is by far and away the best kobolds that ever existed in any fantasy, and people love their dinosaur, dragon, lizard kobolds, and I respect that. But I don't, you know, call them something else, man. Viggo Mortensen is an important component of the movies, or maybe the kids who told him, "Please, Papa, read the book and go make it." Yeah, actually, they're right. You don't need to exercise, you just need to go watch a good movies. Well, listen, getting your fucking breathing up is not enough, unfortunately. No, you need to go, Jake, we need to go do resistance training, unfortunately, and cardio training. Yep. You need to walk a lot, do some intense cardio, and also do some heavy weight training. So you can't just watch Lord of the Rings, although you can watch Lord of the Rings while doing all of that. So you've been sharing kobold stuff to me lately, and I was confused because they were all lizards, but I always thought they were dogs, so I wasn't crazy. No, you're absolutely right. They were like I don't like dog, rat, those kind of things. I don't know like what, you know what I mean? Like I don't know what the exact and specific origin of the kobold's creature was, but I think it was described. They were definitely furry fucking little gremlinoids that were little mammals and not lizards. I actually don't know where the lizard kobold. Hold on, who the fuck came up with this? It was Wizards, right? For like 3rd edition or something like that. Where did lizard kobolds come from? Oh, so it was literally D&D. Primarily stemming from the evolution of the kobold concept in Dungeons and Dragons. In traditional German folklore, okay, kobolds were more akin to mischievous household spirits or mine spirits, resembling goblins, gnomes, or sprites. The shift towards reptilian appearance in fantasy, particularly in D&D, was a deliberate choice to distinguish kobolds from other goblinoid races and connect them with dragons. So yeah, man, like everyone who thinks that a kobold, like if you look at the original, I think this is the original art for a D&D kobold, is this little fucking dude. This little I think this is the OG kobold art in D&D. But that's also more goblinoid, and I think that the German ones were more like fuzzy little weirdos. German folklore kobold. Yeah, you get dudes like this. You get little goblin things like this. Gnomes, fucking like Dobby on crack. house elf looking weirdos. The wrong kobold. These little like fuzzy weirdos. So like here's the thing, the evolution of dog kobold, rat kobold, or lizard kobold are actually all departures. When people talk about kobolds and they say that the lizard kobold is the proper kobold and that the rat kobold from World of Warcraft is an interpretation. Not so, man. No more of an interpretation than the dragon kobold, I guess. There's a whole article because Dungeon Meshi brought them back as doggies. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, 3.0. Right. Hey, Sabine. What's going on? How you doing, Sabine? I'll be taking the week off and chilling. I know you're not, but I'm still going to wish that upon you. So the actual dragon thing came from the Dragonomicon that I can never remember. Is it 3.0 or 3.5? I need to check if I have any innuendo or sense motives in their skills. I think the Dragonomicon was 3.0, right? A lot of the best books, yeah, I am almost positive this is a 3.0 book. A lot of the best books that had the most unique shit were actually 3.0 supplements. The 3.5 supplements that came out that were really impactful, like Vile Darkness, Exalted Deeds, those kind of books, they had a very different flair to them. I liked the 3.0 like bravery that they had to just publish weird shit. You know, like a lot of D&D players who have been playing since the original kind of like days, if they don't suffer from nostalgia goggles and think that the only way to play D&D is the way they learned on. And so even in my realm of 3.0 players, a lot of 3.0 players will make a case for 3.0 being the best edition. You'll say, well, why is it better than all the others? They'll be like, well, because it's the best. And you'll be like, not really a good exemplar answer. A lot of graybeard D&D players that are old second ed or first ed players will say the same thing, and they don't really have a great reason. And some of them do, and most of them don't. But a lot of people can agree whether they thought it was a superior edition or not. The 3.5 third edition, that like really that small little gap there after second and before fourth, that was the place that D&D and WotC really gave the game the most amount of soul. And they were really willing to inject the most amount of interesting shit into the game without necessarily making it as clean, polished, and pretty as modern D&D would demand. They were willing to have things be awkward, not really work all that well, and be kind of clunky and weird and whatever, in the name of it being cool as fuck. And that's why people loved it. Now, trying to expand the game out, they found problems with like, oh, well, there's too many people that don't know how to play. It's too complicated. It's whatever. It's this or that. And I think that they went too far, personally. Wizards obviously thinks that they went just far enough in their like kind of pruning and trimming and slimming down of D&D. I think they I think the equation was off. I think they sacrificed too much soul in the game to achieve extra single-digit percentages of perfection and balance. And I think that it's not worth it. They had to sacrifice like 30% of the soul of the game to get the last 5% of balance. And I would definitely make that sacrifice any day of the week. I'd sacrifice 5% of the balance of my classes. I'd sacrifice more for that much like soul and vibe and whatnot in the game. So yeah, I mean, it's you found a lot of really cool ass books in that era, you know. I really wanted to collect like the entirety of the 3.5, maybe the 3.0 catalog, but a lot of those books are just like fucking, where are you going to get a non-shit kicked version of? And some of them are very expensive too. You know, like how much is a... Well, I don't know, maybe they aren't because no one wants to play 3.5 anymore. So if I search for D&D book of Exalted Deeds, what is the most expensive D&D book from 3.5, you think? Yeah, like Exalted Deeds in decent conditions, like what, $100, and then it kind of goes down from there. Maybe that's a little bit more expensive than it needs to be. They average around like 100-ish. Would that be the most expensive D&D book? Or Vile Darkness? Or like Weapons of Legacy or whatever it's called. Why is my browser lagging so much? So Vile Darkness is more expensive, even though my browser's lagging like shit. Bro, I'm getting new internet. Like I got some new internet fucking upgraded late recently, but we have another like ISP option that we're gonna move to. I'm so excited to be off my current fucking internet. It's so spotty now and then. Like I'm shocked that I can stream. to be honest. All right, get that shit out of here. But yeah, I was thinking 3.5 because the art is amazing. Yeah. We have all the race supplements and class supplements for 3.0, blood and tome examples. We have the same for 3.5, Complete Warrior, Race of Destiny, Race of the Forest, etc. Yeah, Race of Destiny might be actually the most expensive book. I don't know. The online believe Hasbro's shelving D&D. Really? Why? The fuck? Like, I know they pruned the entire fucking team. I wonder if they're going to move more to an IP management than it being an actual game. Like, if they... Could you see a world where D&D is a setting and the game is like they make a D&D version or setting that you can play Pathfinder in, Daggerheart, Draw Steel, whatever obscure RPG you play. I wonder, because like Warhammer is doing the same thing with fantasy and 40k. Similar. They're not shelving completely the game of Warhammer, but I see in 10 years that we might not actually have Warhammer stores in the same regard. There might be more merch in those stores, and it might be more about figures and whatever and this and that than the actual war game of Warhammer, right? I mean, the amount of people that buy Warhammer just to paint, I'm in that category. I don't fucking play Warhammer. You think I'm a deranged neckbeard that plays Warhammer? What do I look like? A fucking 35-year-old loot. Okay. Yeah, hold on. Wait, don't ask that. You're all bad. No, I don't play 40k. I'd like to actually, but I just paint the models. You know, well, I haven't started my painting career yet, but I recently spent $100 in paint, so I'm almost ready to paint my sisters. So that's cool. But anyway, I think there's a lot of people like that. The paint the product and enjoy the whatever, but they don't necessarily engage in the game. And so Warhammer is very smartly moving to be more of a management of the IP rather than a game that it develops. And I could see D&D being the same thing, you know? And I'm excited, Sabine. The War Kitchen Gods have done it again. I got a free granola fruit and yogurt cup. What is this, like, luck you're having? That's like a rare find, bro. Holy God, I'm excited for you, Sabine. That's pretty rad. You got some work kitchen fairies that are bringing you luck and fortune. And same thing for My Little Pony, apparently. Cycling, shelving, and rebooting. Interesting. I don't know that. I do read Warhammer. Well, I'm. Here's the thing. If you call yourself like a fan of certain things, people get really mad at you, right? If you don't like people put up a lot of gates around certain things, and I think it's starting to crumble. But I think even a lot of 40k and Warhammer fans would agree that there is a large amount of gatekeeping. And so if you simply like the game, like the models, maybe you played a video game or two and you call yourself a Warhammer fan, they will scoff at you. And until you've spent $3,000 and hundreds of hours painting minis and whatever else, and you have a room full of tiny plastic, you're not a real fan. So I don't want to say I'm a fan of Warhammer because I don't know if I fit the mold for that, but I do have a fucking Storm Surge up there that is just chilling. As far as reading books, I haven't gone deep into the Black Library. The only series I've read was the Vault of Terra series about Inquisitor Interrogator Luce Spinoza and her Inquisitor Erasmus Crowell and their various counterparts going in and solving a mystery on Terra. And I did like it quite a bit. It was a little 3-part audiobook that I listened to when I was at the gym over months last year. And I think I'm going to try and read or listen to the Eisenhorn books next, because apparently that's along the same vibes. So yeah, I like 40k as a brand. I like it as a narrative. I like its lore, but I'm not I wouldn't consider myself like a diehard or whatever. So it's a game of stacking gray sprues in a room. I do have a pile of shame, Samurai. It's true. I have a pile of shame, a couple hundred deeps, or a couple hundred deeps, couple $100 deep. But that's okay because I'm getting my paint on, and I'm trying to maybe get into the habit of doing other things that are not on my computer, like painting tiny plastic figures. But I need a lot of paint. And we needed Ella's airbrush fixed, and so we just got the part for airbrush when we were in Edmonton for the Ren Fair, so I can now do that. But I just need a little bit more paint, and I need to make sure that my arm's not gonna fall off in pain if I'm holding a brush and doing tiny plastic miniatures things. So yeah, the art department had an early morning meeting and training, so I got yummy leftovers from breakfast catering. That's fucking rad, bro. That's actually like lucky. So I tried to do a Warhammer World, Eldar Blackwood, took some photos, the Rhino and the Orb and Crumb in the Bergman's bar. Yes, we did. I think we looked at it on stream yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? It would have been yesterday. Literally yesterday, we looked at that shit in awe and amazement. Maybe it was the day before. Maybe the day before, I think. But no, I was fucking dope, dude. We all admired that verily when we were talking about Blackwood dice and the advent calendar and shit like that. So good shit, man. Watch changing how they do D&D into a franchise model, so you know it's not going to be good. Well, it could be okay. The problem with D&D as a franchise, though, is there's not much to it. Yeah, I said it. Like D&D, I could be speaking on my ass here, but here's how I interpreted D&D's world and lore and background and as a franchise. D&D was always supposed to be a fairly generic, kind of bland background, and you, the player, and the GM could sprinkle your own spice on it. But it's like a good dish. There were no strong flavors on it. It was just a well-seasoned salt and pepper fucking steak that you as the player get to sprinkle in your own stuff on. And I mean that for all of the worlds. There's not a single one. Maybe Dark Sun was the most deviant one, and you could make a case for Eberron, but I'd still say Eberron's pretty disappointing. And it's all pretty boring and pretty bland. And so if you play Baldur's Gate, like there's not much there, man. The backstory, the lore, like nobody's watching or making deep lore videos on the GIF. But like certainly not in the same way that there's Warcraft lore videos or like Warhammer lore videos or whatever, man. So D&D as a setting is kind of boring. If somebody told me there were like new D&D books written in Faerun, I'd be like, oh, I hope they have a good time anyway. You know, because it's all pretty bland. There's not much like to it on itself. It requires the injection of the spice from the players. That's like the way D&D was designed. And so if they're going to try and like have D&D rest on its own, like, you know, on its own sort of merits as a franchise, you know, like, I don't know, man. That'd be pretty tough. It'd be pretty tough. Move from an art form that damages your eyesight to an art form that damages your eyesight. Well, no, it's not about my eyes. It's about my arm and yeah, my hand and wrist and what. Like even now, my finger, I have like this searing pain going through my pinky finger. You know, I'm trying to get the courage up to pick up my brush and do my warm up painting or whatever, even though I know it's gonna fucking hurt. So yeah, I gotta figure out what to do. I think getting back into a regular sort of training schedule at the gym will help. It's obviously like there's certain muscle things you do and whatnot that help out. And I got some doctor's appointments planned and whatnot for my wrists coming up here and my hands and arm and all that shit. So yeah, it should be good at some point in time. I just got to push through right now. And I don't know if holding a paintbrush will be just as bad. So we shall see. But I'm also like banning myself from all mouse use right now. So unless I'm streaming or doing work, I am not touching my computer right now. And it's been weird, man. I've been reading more of my physical paper books, if you can believe it. Right? And reading my Dostoevsky books. I'm almost through Crime and Punishment. And after that, I'm going to read The Brothers Karamazov. We'll see if I become a good writer after that. Good morning, Steve. What's up, bro? Good to see you, man. All right. So we need to start with... Wait, what the fuck? Okay. We need to start with a fresh canvas for our warm-up speed painting today. Good to see you, Epic Metal. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Thanks for chilling, bro. Okay, so Day 2 of my daily painting practice. Let's go. I have a color palette here from old paintings and stuff that I want to kind of maybe contemplate, reference, if you will. Cool. We're gonna do something a little broody, a little stormy. See if we can do the same shit. Few brushes. Maybe if we can keep it to one brush, that'd be excellent. Might move between a couple. All right. There's no people in the world saying I cannot go to dungeons in WoW anymore because my bro Evan is offline. Could you imagine? I mean, to be fair, I haven't played World of Warcraft with like anybody in years at this point in time. It's a very lonely experience being a little Evan. All of my Warcraftian dreams are... Oh, shit. I gotta record. Hold on. Before a single brush stroke is made, we gotta hit our record button. Please? Please? Stream? Okay, we're good. Yeah, man. I don't like... Let her flow down a little bit. A little more. A little more. This brush has a pretty... There we go. Okay. Yeah, man, I haven't played like any kind of real World of Warcraft in a while. It's been mega sag. I've really missed it. Maybe I'll pick up the next patch and try and do some gaming with the crew. See if I can encourage some of them to come back and play World of Warcraft with me. If my hand can tolerate it, obviously. I was feeling better, and then Diablo came out. There's new season Diablo, and I really kind of just didn't play too much even. It's just a couple of hours here and there, and is enough to break my hand again. So I think I'm worried that I need to give my wrist my hand and forearm. I'm worried that I really need to give my hand and forearm or arm substantially like a month. I don't know what I'd do if I did that, you know? I have no idea what I would do if that were the case. I'd really have to contemplate my life's choices at that point in time. But maybe it's necessary, you know? We'll see once I've done this project for Quincy. I might have to, seriously take some time off and really push for some serious recovery, as it were. Alright, let's get a little bit of... I'm not going to be afraid to use a little bit more soft brush stuff in here today. Trying to get the skills back, you know, but I gotta do it in a productive way. We gotta paint in a way that is conducive to the kind of art that I want to make and not just do exercises. So try and build in a couple techniques every day here and there, and it's just like a 10-minute, you know, 15-minute whatever project every day, so it's not like it's a big deal if I'm gonna try and do a bit of a sun poking through our deep clouds, fading back into the mist. What the fuck? Rip. I really like painting with this brush though, to start off paintings. It has so much nice texture in it. I actually got it from Greg Rutowski. You know, I'm a big proponent of making your own brushes, but once in a while when you find one that works, it's super juicy. You just kind of go with it, man. You just kind of use it.
Oh look, I get to pay more money today.
Yo, Steve, cent. Bro. Thanks for the sub, man. Thanks for the fucking tier 1. Dude, I appreciate it. How you doing, man? What's good? How you been? How's the week treating you? I'm honored of all the places you could throw a sub. You chose my little corner, my domain. And that means a lot. So thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Other people in the world, where was I? What's happening? I've been lurking since the start, but I had to mute things with the usual work stuff, interfering with my important watching of art building. Ah, yes, the important things. The important things indeed, right? Well, honored that you're here. Okay. Large brushstrokes into small brushstrokes into even smaller brushstrokes. You know the old saying, your art should be finished in the first 15% of it or whatever? Well, they were right about it. Much as we don't like to admit it. They were, in fact, right about that part of it. Your art should be, air quote, finished within the first 20% of it. If you're doing a painting, obviously. You know, there's like different things and different things to focus on with different styles and different applications. Something that I've really like taken to heart recently is the idea, the somewhat contentious idea, that there is no such thing as art style, there's only application. There's only different applications of art. There is no style. Doesn't exist. It's a farce. And if you get distracted on it, you stay distracted. Okay. Yeah, if I can't paint for a while, what do we do, man? What do I do on stream for like a month? What kind of streams do we have for a month if I can't paint? Just play games? Oh my god, could you imagine? Me, a gamer? Never, right? Maybe a little bit of light reflecting off these clouds over here as it kind of fades into dusk. Throw our blue back in there. Ooh, it's looking juicy, man. I warm things up a little bit over here. Look at those colors picked. Oh, man. I'm having fun now. Like the joy of exploring when you're painting. Make your own brushes, just milled some eggshells to make some paints. Good. That's what you're supposed to do. Mm-hmm. Just switch to 3 months instead of 1. Probably should have gone straight to the max. Oh, man. I appreciate that, dude. Thanks for the support. I'm honored. I'm honored, man. All the places you could sub to. You chose my little stream. It means a lot, though. Thank you. It's almost as if they knew what they were talking about. Yeah, apparently. What's up, Ernesto? You have to play games only offhanded to give your wrist a break. Well, I don't know. I almost feel like any kind of controller game would be okay. If I'm using my thumbs, I think that'd be fine. It's really my like index finger, like holding a mouse, gripping the mouse. Like I'm painting right now with my hand flat and open like this. Because curling and holding my brush like this is what's killing me. So I have to paint and draw today completely with my hand open and relaxed. Maybe if I even have my brush further out. Ooh, that's tough to get used to. Ooh, yeah. All right. That's going to be a challenge to... Ooh, okay. Yeah, okay. We'll try it. We'll try it. I can do it. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. See, I'm getting it, man. So we need a dark, warm gray for this, don't we? We've got our cool gray up top when you really need a warm gray down here. Especially if we're gonna have our sort of bright cloud-like kind of shapes reflecting light down onto our... We'll mix the same paint there. Kind of contextualize our foreground here. Now, I know what you're going to say. Evan, don't draw a tower. You're better than that. You don't need to draw a tower today. And the reality and truth is, I'm not. I'm drawing a tower. Fuck you. You can't stop me. Darth Vader would be more powerful than either of us at this point, so... You couldn't pay me not to draw a tower on this one. Holy. I know what I want out of life right now. I absolutely know what I want out of this piece. And I'm gonna get it. I don't really know what we're drawing, but the whole point of the painting exercise is to create some cool little, like, kind of speed paintings of things that aren't necessarily fully fleshed out and described, but have some sense of direction, I guess. Look at that, man. I got a little tower going. Fucking love towers, bro. Should have done that on a different layer. Oh well. Serves me right for thinking I can do this all in one layer. Like a real artist. Who do I think I am? Greg Rutowski? I'm a pretender using his brushes, man. That's it. The whole point is that if you squint and look back, or lean back and squint at your painting, does it look mostly correct? So sometimes it actually helps and is beneficial when you're in the stage to actually squint while you're painting. So you're getting the convincing shadow shapes in there. To work very zoomed out. This is like painter's shit. Right here. This is what you do, man, if you're a fucking painter. Bruh. And one day I'll be a real artist to call myself a painter. Look, it's Tower, right? How do I purchase commissions from you? Really depends. So if you want a character request, then yeah, like Azalea said, I have a coffee account that I take requests from. That's not a full commission because it's more like you tell me what you're looking for in a very brief idea for a character, and I create a design for you. If you wanted a full, like, proper, big, formal commission where we sort of work together and design something go through the whole process for you, that is something that I'm not currently offering right now because I have a bit of a wait list, about 8 months, and I'm not looking to take on any more names onto that wait list because, you know, it's just more to think about, I guess. So, unfortunately, right now it's a little difficult, I guess. But I have the coffee open so that at least if you need like just portraiture of a character done, I have that available. I'm not sure. I opened up a bunch of slots yesterday as a fucking meme, and I think they all sold out actually. So I'm not entirely sure, but I think that happened. Oh, whoops. Hold on. I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna try a little weird little technique thingy. We're gonna mask this. Oh, perfect. Good. Whoa, dude. I'm so smart. I impress myself. I'm gonna try locking the layer and now. Yes, dude. That's what I wanted. Oh my god. He knows what he's doing some days of the week. And then I merge that down. Again, let's go, dude. It's cool as shit. Okay, let's build more of those midtones in. Those heavy shadows. And then some of those sort of dark, brooding, pastury greens on there. Kind of crawling their way up the landscape. Not in the shadows, only where the kind of the highlights would be. Because in the shadows, that's all kind of dissolving into one lost layer image thingy right here. Only working this 50 minutes, alright. Oh, the coffee account? Oh, it is right there. There you go. These are August slots that I opened, so if there are any left of the character slots, they will be not until August, like later August, so there's a bit of a wait on those ones. But there it is. There's the account. Yeah, I think they actually legitimately did all sell out right fucking then and there. I'm not sure. It might have been one person that bought multiples, but I don't know specifically. I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna try a little bit of Photoshop voodoo. Try darkening a lot of this stuff here. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. I like this shit. That's nice. The amount of concept artists that paint with the selection tool primarily, it's actually like pretty huge. Learned it from a guy named Daniel Dossier, who was, I think, the art director for Guild Wars 2. I don't remember. Did a lot of this kind of shit. Threw some weird colors in there and did some crazy stuff. And then we could go in with that, like, maybe I'll try a pencil brush for a little bit of detailing. Yeah, pencil could work. Very fine brush that doesn't have the harshness of the hard round brush. So still got a bit of texture in there, which is nice. Like super, super far zoomed out details. There's one character and 2 locations left. Jesus. All right, tower achieved. That's the only thing I was going for this morning, Sabine. You can believe it. I had one goal, and it was tower. Tower get. Go back to our airbrush. I'm gonna try and finish this a little bit more than like yesterday's painting, and just get a little bit, just a smidge more than I did last time. This could be really bad. This could fuck it all up. But I'm gonna try to do some silly painting stuff. Oh. Nope. What if we could try color instead of linear? Still too heavy-handed. Just a smidge washed out. See, man, look at how much that does, right? From like, boom. Just a little bit straight on the towers and stuff. This is that painting shit, you know? I could try doing some more detailing with my comfortable brush, and we'll see how it goes, man. I might stretch this into like a half-hour painting today, instead of a 15-minute one. Considering we're already 3/4 of the way there. I'm having fun, okay? Bit of a different texture brush in here that we can blend a little bit more of the paint with. Isn't the best thing to do. We don't want to lose a lot of the texture we made, but... Ooh. Clip that shit. There we go. Never not don't unclip the part where you didn't clip before. Put that shit on a t-shirt. Ken, good to see you, dude. Here for love seeing your work. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I really do. I'm glad you guys are tolerating this silly painting shit I want to do at the beginning of our stream. I'm appreciative of it. I really am. I gotta start doing this more often if I want to get back into my painting skills. You know, I was so afraid of painting for so many years. It's like how I came up in art, you know? It's how I came up in my work was painting. Certain paintings that I've done have taken me a long time. Like the main sort of title Eldara painting that you guys might know. That took me, oh my god, probably 50 hours. But Evan, that didn't look like a 50-hour painting. No, it did not. Why did it take you 50 hours then? Because I was petrified the entire time. Petrified the whole time. It was very taxing on me to try and build that skill back in a little bit. You know? Sometimes I worry that people don't remember that all this bullshit is still my redemption arc. I'm still working on that, man. I'm still trying. We need a couple more little facets in the clouds. A couple more edges. To press upon with our color. To imply. To separate the sort of the really dark cloud shape out from the brighter portion of it. Ooh, I wonder if I can just... A little bit. I can kind of do this a little bit. Cheaty pants this a smidge. Lots of the digital tools that you can use for speeding up the process and then taking little shortcuts here and there where it's healthy. Got a character option update for details later once I go through this work stuff. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Let's go. Let's go, dude. All right, sick. Yeah. Send me the details on coffee, please, if you would. Just to keep it on coffee. Like a lot of people will send me the details on Discord after they do the thing from coffee, and I like to try and keep it in one spot. So yeah, man, hit me up. That's fucking rad. I'm excited to see what you want from me. Tolerating. This is just practice warm up. This is just a practice warm up. Yes. Yeah. I'm doing like this is. We've been working on this for 24 minutes so far. So I want to do these little speed paintings. I'll show you yesterday's as soon as I'm done. I'm recording the process right now, so I kind of want to like keep this pretty like, I don't know what the word is. I want to keep it pretty specific to what I'm working on today. But I'll show you what the last day's price piece was. Fuck. Hold on. Brush, please. Okay, there we go. I'll show you what last day's piece was. After I'm done this one. And I want to start doing a daily warm-up painting, speed painting. And they're not going to all be good. A lot of them are going to be really shit. This one's not great, but it's okay. It's part of the process. I need to not be so ashamed of having bad, you know, painting practice here and there. Because it's part of getting back to the skills that I really want to have again and miss. Because a little while ago, this fucking dipshit called me a line work artist. And I was so unbelievably offended by it. This was at Ren Fair. This wasn't Taku at all. I'm kidding. What's up, Taku? How's it going, bro? Taku, are you proud of me? I'm trying to paint. You were live this morning, right? Was that this morning that I was? Dude, Taku, I'm so sorry. My brain, when I'm trying to remember like where I was in the morning. You live today? You were, right? I'm not crazy, right? I'm fucking losing my shit. Anyway, I want my artist friends to be proud of me, bro. Okay, not doing a second. Okay, all right, yeah, good. It's like, wait, that was today, right? That was today, right? A little messy. I think I can probably pull it back a bit with our texture brush again. Oh, yeah, work that shit back in there. Oops. Work some of that texture back in. And now we're gonna do something to kind of ruin everything we just did. But it's okay. Because it kind of works really well. We're going to have a very low opacity pass on some color to kind of unify the whole thing. So this is what I do for a wash at the end of a painting. Yeah, it just sort of pulls the entire thing together, all that like harshness from the cloud, all the way into the harshness from the super bright like highlights. Just doing a wash of color at the end. But again, it's one of those things that it's like, how do you treat your brushes? Do you treat them like you're using traditional techniques, or do you treat them as if they are something that's a speed trick hack ploy to arrive to a thing earlier, a result that you want? It's very important to try and like think about it in a slightly different way. The person tried to generalize your art. Has he or she seen any of your work? Well, it's fair. I like, the problem is if you go to my like any of my videos and stuff. So a lot of people, most people who know who the fuck I am as of like today, have never seen my stream or a lot of my work, right? Since I started posting process videos, I've mainly only posted like a lot of sketch stuff, like just kind of the sketch on canvas work that I do. Very few color pieces and not a single painting. Like this isn't even a painting. The clouds in the back are painted, but you see like this is all like a line work illustration colored concept sketch. That's Amelia. That's the Geraldar Smith's hammer. That's a painting. But this, there we go. It's just a colorized sketch. It still has things like line work and whatnot. So it's not, this isn't a proper painting. I kind of painted the clouds out a bit, right? Because I have done previous pieces where I sketch the clouds out and then I paint them in and I don't really like it. So I kind of painted the clouds in a little more, but this is still not a painting. This is still a colorized sketch. So it's fair that a lot of people would think that I see the way I handle clouds for that one. God damn it, Evan. Stop with your stupid videos. Nobody cares about them. Get to the portal. There we go. I'm so obnoxious. But yeah, so like again, colorized sketch with the clouds and stuff. So it's fair that people wouldn't think that I was a painter, you know? It's completely fair. Like when have I done painting in the last couple of years? There hasn't been many pieces, if you ask me. So especially this year, you're like, that's a painting, that's a speed painting from a morning warm up. So that's even not really fully there, but yeah, man. All right. I think that I don't want to push this around, any more color around in this. I think I want to leave it here. I think we want to Saigon it. And, hell yeah. And I can even use these for promos for cards and stuff, hey? That's a pretty exciting prospect for me. This is my second day of speed painting. There we go. So 30-minute sketch. Oh, I was 19 seconds over. I was almost 30 minutes on the dot. Fuck. Okay, let's see how this looked. So I wonder if these would be good like process sketch, whatever, video fodder things. Where's my recordings? I'd be so mad if this didn't record. Oh yeah, so sorry. So this is yesterday's, by the way. This was yesterday's painting. So today I'm trying to go a little bit cleaner, you know, without going super far. Are you using a ref? Sort of, kind of, not really, not really. There is a color of blue in the cloud that I really wanted to ref, and then the mountains, but no, not any kind of meaningful way. Unfortunately, I'm not being a real professional today, so. That's why it doesn't look quite as good as it should, because I kind of pulled it out of my ass. Wait, couldn't open. What? Fuck you. Open. Open says me. Okay. All right. Ready? And go. Kind of nice. Look at that, dude. Look at the way it kind of forms. That's cool. I like this shit. Just painting, get, and go away. And painting, get. Kind of painting, less painting, no painting. Painting. What's this little XP symbol? Wait, what XP symbol? Wait, what was I doing, Sleeges? I'm sorry. Where's the symbol that I'm missing? That I did, that apparently I'm dumb for missing. Shit. I think it'd be considered simple line work. I noticed you don't paint or fully colorize all your stuff. Even I don't, but with the level of depth you put in your pieces, I'd say you're more than just the lines alone. You kind of take it a lot further than that, in my opinion. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, that actually means a lot. Yeah, I had a conversation at Ren Fair that particularly, like, still living in my head, where somebody saw in the YouTube chat. Oh, what? XP symbol in the YouTube chat? I don't see anything. In here? What am I missing? Am I not seeing it, or? Huh. Oh, the crown. Oh, the crown. Oh, the fan thing. I have no idea. I don't know what the top fan shit is, but apparently you're my top fan, Salesian. But I had no idea Salesian was a dope-ass cosplayer until I had my first Salesian-based interaction on Blue Sky. The purple crown. Okay. I have zero idea what that is. I think maybe it's the person who's talked the most in a chat during a stream. I don't know what it really means, to be honest. But it's something that YouTube's had for about a week or two. So we should Ren Fair over here with castles and shit. I'm begging. Yeah, we've recently got a bunch of Ren Fairs over where I live in the middle of fucking the prairies. So yeah, up until recently, Taco. But oh yeah, sorry. Somebody said at Ren Fair they said they were looking at this piece. They were looking at so this is our Ren Fair table. Here, I'll show you real quick. Where's Twitter? The fuck is Twitter, man? Twitter. Never open up Twitter on stream. You can open your own profile. Okay, this is what our table looked like, okay? So, pretty standard Blackwood dice setup. Normally for Ella, for conventions where we have a single table, Ella will have this pole and ivy and the sign and the lanterns hanging over top of her table. For Ren Fair, we have 2 tables in a large tent because it's a 10 by 10 square, so we bring a 10 by 10 tent. And then she has all this cool stuff in the back. We put ivy up and whatnot. We could probably put extra lanterns or whatever. But so pretty standard Blackwood dice setup, except she normally has these crates with her dice towers over here and on the other side. And I had my art kind of like taking up all the space. And you can see right in here, there's a piece here, this floating pools piece you might be familiar with. And somebody was talking my art and they pointed to the floating pools and they basically said, wow, it's so nice to see you doing this like classical JRPG stuff. And I was like, oh wow, thank you so much, I appreciate that. And they're like, yeah, it's so beautiful. I was like, oh, you're too kind. They're like, yeah, it's so much nicer than like that like weird concept art painty stuff you see. And I was like, oh, you mean like matte painting where they take like real like textures and real like forests and stuff and they like kind of bash it in? They're like, yeah, but also like the other stuff. And I was like, what other stuff? Like, you know, the really like heavy brush work and stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, the stuff that's supposed to look like really classical and kind of like oil. They're like, yeah. And I'm just pretending to be grossed out, even though that's the art that I actually like I'm very passionate about. I'm like, yeah, well, yeah, whew, that's weird, man. And they're like, yeah, well, it's good that you don't follow the trend and you do something different. Okay, see you later. I'm like, fuck, that's exactly the kind of art that I'm trying to make. Is classical, like eventually is to be doing the more classical painting stuff. So I was like, okay, I gotta start making some real paintings, dude. I gotta make some real ass fucking paintings, cause oh, the fact that people just think that I don't do that or can't do that or won't do that. It really was like a reminder that I need to start because, okay, I'll be vulnerable for a second here. A lot of you guys haven't been here since the beginning of my streaming time, but my time on Twitch has always been a redemption arc. So the TLDR of a lot of the story of how I started this like art thing is I didn't do art for a long time after I graduated because I missed out on some opportunities to go to the game studios I wanted to. And it really messed me up. I felt really terrible with myself. And when I got back into doing art for Eldara and for this stuff, and I said, okay, I'm gonna give it one more shot. Ella pushed me and said, you should try this whole art career thing again. Don't give up on this shit. Your graphic design career is killing you. I said, okay, fair enough. I got into that. And so I started making concept art for Eldara. And I like sketching. Maybe the most. And I developed that skill back up. But you know, it was so unbelievably and unbearably painful for me to be worse than I was when I was in art school because I hadn't painted for like 8 years. I hadn't drawn anything for like 6 years. And so for me, the skill of painting and getting back into it, it is so unbelievably painful to be this bad at it. But there's no way past that barrier, that gap, that whatever, other than through. So I wanted to start painting more recently, and I think doing a warm-up speed painting that I don't have to think too hard about, and I can have a bad painting and be like, yeah, that kind of was a failure. That's okay. It was 20 minutes of a stream, not a big deal. I'm not worried about it. And I do that every day because I always say that the most important, the only important quality that really matters in an artist's career success or failure is how consistent they are. I don't think that talent doesn't exist, but I think people vastly overestimate what talent looks like. I don't think people know what talent looks like. I think people see hard work and they mistake it for talent. I think it's something innate, inherent. I know what talent looks like. Talent will get you further faster, but it doesn't get you to the top, the pinnacle, the peak. Talented artists get there quicker, and it's amazing. I saw a prodigy when I was out of art school named Seb McKinnon. He's a big Magic the Gathering artist. Great dude. I wanted to hate him so much because he was like 4 years younger than me and already working for Wizards, and that's where I wanted to be. And I was like, ugh. I want to hate this. I wanted this guy to be such an asshole. He was the nicest fucking guy in the world. He was so humble, so sweet, so generous and gentle, and just the fucking best person. You know, we had dinner together and he was so encouraging and whatever. And I'm like, I'm 4 years old. I'm your oldest, be your big brother, and you're being encouraging to me. He was very sweet. He was very cool. But he is a prodigy in some ways. Now I don't know to what level that is hard work. Maybe he worked harder through art school and whatnot than I did. He probably did. But I think that I could say that he had some form of like innate talent that maybe a lot of people don't have. And I saw that culminate in his skills being more developed faster. But after the point in time where you're a professional artist and you're sort of all you're all constellations in the night sky of art, the talent doesn't dictate your place, your possibility of heights you can achieve. The talent might affect, and generally does affect, how fast you get there. Yeah, so it's like going back to like the kind of origin story. I had this whole thing, this like dream that I had to kind of like feel like I gave up on, that I'm trying to get back into now. And it really sucks to be bad at it, but you know, the only way over is through. So my internet just is down at the office, so on mobile now. I guess I need to go home. Did my green dragon work? Did your green dragon? No, I don't think I see. Oh, I did. Wait, I did see your green dragon, Steve. Did you roll your green dragon? I didn't see your roll. I didn't see a roll. So go ahead and roll for your green dragon. I saw the redeem now, but I didn't see the roll. So pay for the ultimate JRPG. Yeah, right. You get XP for chatting, that determines your rank. To encourage chatting, Twitch is still superior for interaction. Wow, so the highest XP chatter at the end of every YouTube stream will have officially my approval. That's right. Whoever wears the crown the highest in YouTube chat every day will achieve my approval. Yep. Just between you and most of the others is you're trying your damnedest hardest to improve. Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. I think I have the possibility to be an insanely good artist, because I think everybody does. And it hurts then when you realize the gap between, like, it's simultaneously so painful and so encouraging to realize who you could be that you aren't. It's like a very old narrative concept, right? It's like one of the reasons I love the Statue of David so much as a piece of art, right? It's like maybe the piece of art that most encapsulates that idea. And I think that if you're willing to sort of like see the gap of where you are and where you want to be, it does more good for you than it does bad, but it hurts like shit. If that makes sense. Talent, you already have stat points in the skill. Hard work equals you consistently adding stat points to improve a skill. Yeah, consistency, man. That's all that matters. A talented artist that's not consistent won't get anywhere, and a mediocre, terrible, naturally dog shit artist that's consistent will outpace the artist every time. It's actually a guarantee. It's actually a guarantee. I can guarantee it. I have never seen an artist stay consistent and actually stay consistent for a year that wasn't incredible. I think if you are a complete beginner and you are consistent for 2 years, you can build a small career. I think you can go from nothing, from stick people to hireable in 2 years. And people don't want to admit that that's true or possible, because then them trying for the 4th year and they're still not hireable, they'd have to admit that there's something they're not doing, right? So when I say that, people get mad at me when I say that kind of shit. But what's amazing, I also have 2 Evan tabs now. Say must have rated you. Yes, say did, Alf. Thanks for being here, brah. Appreciate it. Thanks for the lurk, man. A 33. Well, you got an expedition, but no green dragon today, my friend. I feel like if it's tracked between streams, more Twitch people would move over because Twitch chat seems competitive. How does Twitch chat seem competitive? Like for badges and shit like that? I don't know. Let me think about that. Yeah, it'd be like a channel point badge or whatever. So, thanks to Lurk Taco. Please enjoy your time working today, and look forward to seeing what you make, bro. There's one little thing that's bothering me that I want to fix first. It's one little brush stroke I need to make. We're getting to our character design phase of this. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'm good now. But yeah, the idea of being consistent is something that I really need to try and embody, because I believe in it, and I think that if I preach it, I should practice it. You know, like not even a form of it, but just it in its entirety. And so I want to show a progression of daily speed paintings that increase and decrease and get better and get worse, that, you know, are between 10 and 30 minutes. But this capped me out at 30 minutes. But I also think that I was pretty focused. I was like yapping, but I wasn't like reading chat and stopping. This one was like a 17-minute sketch that I was yapping through, so, and checking chat for, so it's a bit of a different metric. But I want to see after like 30 of these, compare like 1, 30, 60, 90, like every 3 months, maybe like every 10. I think it'd be probably pretty more productive, is to have like every 10 of these I compare and see like where I'm at. Kind of like weighing yourself every week as opposed to every day, you know? I have a little drawing talent. You're saying if I stuck with it for 2 years, I could get a job drawing. Yeah, I've never seen somebody not. I've literally never seen somebody who was consistent not become hireable. Now, the thing is, the degree of the job that you get might not be a fully livable income as soon as you get into it. But after 2 years, you could make a substantial supplementary income with commissions, streaming, content. You could even get a job. Probably, I'm just not going to promise the job. The job you might not get the job you want. Job you might get is like an indie studio when you think that you're going to go work for Blizzard. So I don't want to promise like any specific work. But yeah, I've never ever seen an artist be consistent, not make it. And there's very little, if any guarantees in this world, but I think statistically, like rounded to the nearest whole number, the amount of artists that are very consistent, that do it every day and try every single day, that get there is statistically 100%, you know? And that's like one of those things that's tough to hear, man. So much, like so many uplifting ideas that sort of help you understand, like, I don't know, how to like develop a skill or whatever, or what's possible, or like instill self-belief. So many of them require this like painful pill to swallow that you're not doing it, right? It's the idea of you can make excuses for where you're at versus admitting that those excuses don't matter, but it also empowers you and gives you the capability to then overcome problems, you know? And that was something I did for a long time. I made a lot of excuses. I'm like, well, I was sick, and I was in the hospital, and I was this, and I was that, and my family fell apart, and Ella's family fell apart, and all this stuff. It's like, dude, like, just the excuses, they don't fucking matter. And when you say that they don't matter, people think that means that the painful experiences you go through aren't valid. They're absolutely valid. But they don't, when you say they don't matter, when I say they don't matter, it's to say that the excuses, the painful experiences that make things harder on you don't define whether or not it's possible for you to achieve something. Again, you have to bite this reality pill that is, you haven't done what you could have done. But I think that it's one of those things that if you really swallow, if you take that painful pill, you get all the benefits of instilling enough self-belief to actually tackle something, a formidable goal, with any amount of seriosity that allows you to actually overcome it. During a Kong panel, redraw. It's good practice to see how I would do it. Ooh, that's cool. I don't think I've ever done that before. Now that include education, guidance, and lessons, or I just draw every day and watch YouTube videos to learn stuff. I think that includes some level of guidance. I do. The problem with inherently the self-taught art scene. Now, I love the self-taught art scene. It's a meme when somebody tells me they're self-taught artist. It's like everybody knows it's a meme. Like I think that's actually a fucking command in chat is. Oh, it's not a command anymore. But basically, exclamation self-taught used to link to an article about the James Webb telescope not being able to find something, and it's like even the James Webb telescope can't tell who asked. A lot of artists try and glorify the experience by saying, I'm a self-taught artist. No one fucking cares. That's not an excuse for you being bad. You're either a good artist or bad artist. I've never met a good Fuck it. I've never met a good self-taught artist that tells anyone they're self-taught. Fuck it. I'll aggro the fucking whatever. I've never met a single one. So the idea of being self-taught in the self-taught community is glorified a lot, and it should be in a sense because it's really hard to learn on your own. One of the biggest problems the self-taught scene has is that the resources given to you are not good. They're incomplete because by design, you are searching out free resources. Okay? Can a free resources be good? Absolutely. The issue is the application of platform that those free resources are being delivered. Okay? Meaning, there are certain things within art education that are not popular ideas. And you might want to know the rock hard truth on how to do something. And you're like, give me the reality, how do I do this thing? The problem is if you have two videos and one video says they're both how to draw a circle. And one video says you need to understand the shape of a circle and you need to go through all this process and learn all this stuff and whatever, right? That video is going to be a 20-minute video that's going to get you to do a bunch of like skill building, tutorials, practice, drills, whatever. It's going to teach you some shit that you don't want to fucking sit through. It's boring, it's annoying, it's homework, it's whatever, it's frustrating, it's hard. Another video says how to draw a circle. And that will be, first you draw this piece of the line, and then you copy it here and copy it here and copy it here. Ta-da, you're done. Now, you might want to know how to actually draw a circle. But most people don't. Most people want the shortcut, the easy way, the hack, the get rich quick, the I want to be good in 30 days. They want that. So the problem is algorithmically which video rises to the top. So you're like in your journey, you're trying to draw and you're like, oh fuck, how do I draw a circle? And you go and learn how to draw a circle. And you find that video at the top. That's a terrible fucking video. And it's like, that's the problem with the self-taught scene, is a lot of the stuff that's not obvious to them is not good for content, for the platforms of YouTube and Twitch and whatever. I could give you guys a very in-depth color theory tutorial over 3 hours. Or I could give you a 10-minute easy hack to make color palettes. And you can fake your way there with those easy color palette hacks. Right? But if you don't understand how color works, you'll never be good at it, like truly good at it. The example that might be better than how to draw, like the meme of how to draw a circle, how to draw an eye, how to draw anything like that, I think might be certain anatomy, how to draw an eye. So if you go to like how to draw an eye, and again, there are some artists that do a really good job of this, like Proco and whatnot, and so eyes are a bit different, but in general, you might look up how to draw an eye, and someone says, here's how you draw an eye. First, you draw the top part here, and you want to make a shape like this, and then you want to make a little thing for the little like whatever in the corner, and then you do a thing here, and then you do a thing here, and then you draw a circle, and then you draw a littler circle, and that's your eye. The problem is, unless you're looking directly straight on all the time, you don't know how to draw an eye.
Making a color
right?
palette. But my crayon box comes with all 7 colors.
And you could mix them for all the colors of the rainbow, Jacob. Thanks for the bits, man. The problem is, if you really understand the anatomy of an eye, you understand how it works. You understand that it's a sphere, that it has these like fucking flaps on the top and bottom, how it opens and closes.
Only orbs.
Exactly. That's what we're drawing. You understand. Thanks, Bits Moose. You understand how to do that in perspective, then how to create this sort of anatomy in perspective, how to like kind of form it in different viewpoints with different ethnicities, with different whatever, how the whole anatomy of male versus female, masculine versus feminine, like you go through the whole process. And this is a boring 2-hour video. Right? And especially we're even going to dunk on the anime scene a little bit. I love my anime. But if you look up how to draw an eye and you get some like fucking anime shit, and like I love my anime shit, but you get some like anime stuff on how to draw an eye, you still don't know how to draw an eye. You understand how artists better than you have derived the shape of a real eye into an animated eye. And so this is the issue, one of the issues then that I see a lot with the self-taught scenes. They don't have the resources required. And the ones that want to learn, it's so hard to find the right resource. So the reason for guidance being important in the self-taught kind of realm is that, or in this idea of the 2 years to being successful, it's like, you need to have at least somebody who will force you into the fire once in a while. It's a boring 2-hour video unless that's what you're looking for. I disagree. And I think you're right though, but I disagree. I think it's missing a giant part of the statement. So it's a boring video if it's what you want to look for. This might not be an issue you have, but this is an issue that most artists I've talked to have. You can know the right thing to do, but you don't want to do it. And so the problem is, a 2-hour video, you might want to develop the skill of learning how to paint eyes. But you might have an attention issue, a focus problem, a tolerance for whatever that is causing it to be very difficult for you to sit through a 2-hour long tutorial. Maybe you scroll too much TikTok and your brain can't handle sitting still for 2 hours. Maybe you play too much League of Legends and you can't stand not being dopaminergically charged up every 30 minutes. And so there's a lot of people that want to watch that 2-hour video, but like they get antsy and itchy and they fucking like, you know, they put it on 2x speed and they get bored and distracted and then they go back. And so there's plenty of artists out there that desperately want to know how to do things, but can't sit through the actual educational process of it. And so they want it. You can't say that's something that they're looking for and that's what they want. A lot of people have things they want to do, but it just doesn't, there's something else, external, internal, whatever, that's stopping them from being able to engage with it. So it's like, yes, but there's also a missing factor there. So the whole thing is very complicated. It's very difficult to try and learn on your own. And I think that a mentor, guidance, something like that is very important to have. So I guess the caveat then is you can become a hireable artist in 2 years if you know what the fuck you're doing and learning properly. And if you can ask for help and seek out the proper resources and hold yourself accountable and be consistent, you'll get it. You'll get it. 100%. Let's give it if it's your learning style. If I genuinely want to learn something, I'll watch a detailed 2-hour video that breaks it down, but that's just me. That is just you. That's great that you have that. Most people's brains are fried. Most people can't sit through a 2-hour video if they have not set themselves up properly. You get a kid that grows up who's like maybe 15 right now, who grew up as an iPad kid, who has no idea how to actually sit through a long video. They could want to be an artist so bad that they sit there awake all night and crying every morning because they're not where they want to be, and they want it desperately. They just can't tolerate that kind of lesson. So it fucking sucks. And like, I relate to that heavily because I was there in a way. I obviously wasn't completely brain rotted, but like I recognized how hard it was when I first started trying to get these skills back for me to sit through and I'm like, wait, why can't I sit through this tutorial? Why am I antsy right now? What the fuck is wrong with me? Right? Fanergolf, is that right? Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. And so there's a lot of that. That's most people in the modern era. And that's a lot. I would say probably most artists as well. especially on the younger generations. And I'm not the youngest generation, but I'm a younger generation, and even people in my peerage, in my age group, I even deal with that issue and that problem. And so again, it's not intuitive that to say if you want to be an artist, you have to stop playing League of Legends if you can't tolerate a tutorial. If you want to like build the skill and be self-taught, and you can't read a book, and you can't read a painting study book, guide, whatever on color theory, you can't get through it, you need it in video format, then you need to stop scrolling on TikTok, right? Or whatever. So that's the issue, man, is trying to build that skill is like super hard for like basically everybody, you know, which is why I make sure that's the way I frame the advice, is for the majority. Again, the problem is that the people that don't have an issue with that typically don't have an issue with needing advice on how to improve. You know, the overlap, the Venn diagram, people that have the problem of focus and issues and whatever, not being able to learn that way, and people who are trying to get better that aren't where they want to be, is almost a circle, I think. Art's sick, just scrolling through at work. Glad I found you. Dude, I appreciate it, McDez. Thanks for stopping by, yo. This is just a warm-up that I did this morning. We're going to get into some like character design or whatever later on that I got to do for a big project, so. Fanergal. Okay, cool. All right, I'll try to remember that. I'll try to remember that. That's cool, though. But thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So, yeah. I again, proper consistency and proper learning in 2 years or whatever, I think you can become hireable. And you go from nothing, no skills, to hireable if you know what you're doing. There's like an old quote that I really love that's something along the lines of we underestimate or we overestimate what we can do in a month, and we underestimate what we can do in a year. I think that's very true with artists. You know, you think, could I be working at a studio doing like good art, doing what I want in 2 years? Ooh, 2 years, that's not long. That's oh man, no way. But then you also expect yourself in a month to be so much better than you are. It's like very funny how that works, you know? Clown Pirate, I'm a trad artist and found your channel. Ah, thanks for stopping by, appreciate it. So relatable. There are many ways where 16-year-old art school me was better artist than adult me. I had to come to terms with the fact that it's because I stopped practicing, let myself get rusty. Yeah, and like, to be honest, it was too painful for me to paint for years. When I was going from like when I first started like 5 years ago back into the scene, back into the grind, it was too painful for me to fucking paint. So I didn't. The first painting I did was like, I mean, it's pretty embarrassing, but like, you want to see the first painting I did when I came back to art? It was this. Like, bro, I had to get through this painting and realize that I was not the artist that I used to be. This was worse than the paintings that I produced when I was 10 years younger, because I dropped the skill almost entirely. And so I focused on sketch work, and I focused on the fundamentals and those kind of things, you know, to try and build back like that skill. And I still am avoiding painting because I feel like I've gotten back to where I was in some ways with painting. It just takes me a lot longer. So like the painting of the Eldari runes for the main kind of like Eldari title stuff, that took me 40 hours, bro. That'd probably take like accomplished, like better version of me, maybe 5, 10 at the most. 34, avoid being phone as much as possible as I can. Don't even have TikTok. The wife and roommates are 20 and 26. Amazing how different small age differences, and we're drastically different. Sure, yeah, exactly. So, like I said, you might be an absolute stud, and like good for you, but that doesn't mean that the advice I'm not going to still gear towards the masses, right? Towards everyone else that's having a problem with it. So, art's a muscle. If you don't exercise it, you lose it. Yeah, I think that's true, 100%. What's wrong with it? I don't want to tell you the specifics of what's wrong with it. I could go through and point out very specific things. The problem is when I tell people what's wrong with a piece, they focus on it. It's like the FedEx logo. When you see the arrow, you can never unsee it. And I never want to take away from a piece that somebody might enjoy by pointing out the flaws so that somebody can't enjoy it again. I can tell you that this painting isn't up to standard. There's a lot technically wrong with it. On an artist, like an example as to not ruin the entire fucking painting for, like, you know, the client that ordered this or whatever, the highlights are too washed out. The highlights in some areas are way too washed out. The ones that have the texture in them are like pretty good, but a lot of the highlights are a problem. That's like one very small thing that you can kind of be like, oh yeah, I see that, but it doesn't take away from the whole painting. I could sit here for 10 minutes and tell you about all the things that are wrong with it, but I'm not going to, because again, I never do that with my work. It's like a rule for me. I will not point out specific problems for like two main reasons. The main reason is that I don't want to take away from the enjoyment of the painting. Right? Like I know somebody who has this painting up on their wall. The person that ordered this character done. She has it on her wall. And I don't want to like, oh, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And then she's like, oh wow, I can't unsee this. This painting is trash. That would suck. The next problem that's much smaller but more selfish is that when I point out problems with paintings, I always want to ban some guy from in chat because someone, it could be a long-term sub that's never a problem, likes to armchair fucking, oh yes, I noticed that was a problem, I see the issue, ah yes, you know, I indubitably that was an issue, I'm surprised you made such a mistake, Evan. It's like, fuck you, shut up, you didn't notice it, stop trying to sound smart, you dipshit. That almost invariably always happen whenever I pointed something out. So that's the selfish reason why I don't. But it's just an added bonus that I don't have to deal with that. But the main reason I don't point out specific issues with painting is because I don't want people to stop enjoying them. You know. So mostly stop. I still sketch roses every so often when I get bored. That's fair, man. That's what you like doing. It's all digital, right? Yes. Yeah. Mostly digital for all the work I do. I do some ink stuff and some oils, but obviously you can't do concept art in oil. As much as I love like traditional painting, it's not conducive to production. And because I'm trying to produce a higher volume of work, it's like when people say like, oh, I don't understand why I want to paint digitally when you can paint with like canvas. It's like, have you ever had an art director tell you you have to have 10 paintings done by noon? What are you gonna do? Fucking gesso your canvases up and get your fucking brushes and your linseed oil out? No, it just doesn't work. So, because even though I am a traditionally painted or a traditional like artist, classically kind of trained whatever, I still do digital because it's more conducive to the kind of work I do. So it's a very good painting. I'm glad you think so, Say. I do. Look, I don't hate it, but I look at this painting and I'm like, I could have done better. Like back when before I stopped painting, you know, back before I kind of gave it up for however long I did. Like the dragon painting, the main title painting, this is an ancient painting, by the way. This is one of my best-selling prints, actually. It's my offline screen, it's whatever. This painting is one of my best-selling prints, my print store and at conventions. This painting I did when I was 22, I think. Maybe 23. I definitely wasn't 24. So 11, 12 years ago. And I was like rocking this kind of shit. And then I kind of like get back into painting and then this takes me 50 hours. It's like, oh God, man. Oh God. Could you imagine the fucking struggle there? So looks definitely inspired for sure. I could see that, yeah. Basically, she has this armor. She was the person told me that her armor was like she was like immortal or something, and so as like a punishment or whatever, she had her armor like riveted directly to her skin, all over her with like scrap metal from some fucking ancient war or whatever. So, yeah, I can see the Deathwing thing. Traditional artist to digital artist hits different. Yeah, it was a tough transition to be painting entirely digitally, but as much as I like I prefer traditional painting, I prefer oil, it's just not useful. You just can't, you just, unless you are unbelievably good, you cannot work in production. I've only ever met one artist that did production art, or sorry, pre-production art with paint, and basically he had a pass to do so because he had been at the game company for 20 years and they basically let him do whatever he wants. And he's one of the artists at Blizzard. He had been literally on the WoW team since the foundation of it. So when he said he wanted to do a painting for Suramar or whatever with oil, they're like, hey man, like whatever, dude, like you could do whatever you want. You've been here since the beginning. You're a staple, like do whatever you want. Besides that, if you actually want to create a certain body of work, you have to do it digitally. There's no way around it. as a playmat for MTG. Funnily enough, I did actually have those made as playmats. Those do exist in the world. When I was working at the game store, actually, they wanted to make playmats of the work that I do, or that I was doing, to sell in the store, and they gave me a cut for it. It was pretty cool, actually. Like, God, I don't know if I can find this, but I did a playmat. Oh my God. Let me see if I can find this. What was her name? Yes. Oh my God, I can't remember this. This is a piece I did from art school. So this is really old and pretty shitty. But I did this piece in art school of this like knight thingy, whatever character. And they made playmats of this character as well, and that was pretty cool. So I had a couple pieces of art that the game store wanted to make into playmats. And they did, and it was rad, because people would come in, they'd look at all the Magic art playmats, and they'd like get the playmat I made, and they'd bring it over, like, hey, can I buy this playmat? And then like one of the guys who's working there is like, hey, you want the artist to sign it? They're like, what? Like, yeah, this guy, he's the artist. They're like, no way. And they're like, yeah, that's his signature down there. And be like, oh my God, can you sign my playmat, dude? It was pretty humbling. It was a cool experience. So if I do make playmats, or the desk mats, I'd probably keep it to desk mats and not specifically playmat size, because they're harder to order than desk mat size. So I don't know. I mean, traditional artists who later do digital have a different outcome. Traditional artists who do digital later have a different outcome. Oh yeah. Well, anytime somebody asks me a question, which happens about once every couple of weeks, somebody will ask me the question, when should I start painting? Like, when should I move to digital tools? And my answer, or like it'll be about someone else. I think the most recent time somebody asked about like their daughter, like, when should I get my daughter her first digital tablet? You know, she's drawing, she's doing this and that. When should I get her first digital tablet? She wants to be a digital artist like everybody else. And my answer is always, you wait as long as you can until your work demands that you do digital, like you want to work as a concept artist or whatever, that kind of thing. You stay traditional, because I say this with as much drama as I possibly can, knowing how over dramatic this sounds, and I say it intentionally using this language. But if you are an artist and you move to digital art too soon, it will destroy your career and rob you of everything you ever wanted to be. It'll evaporate every ounce of potential you ever had, and you will be sentenced to a dark, cold dungeon of mediocrity for the rest of your career, and you will never get out. Geez, Evan, that's a little heavy. That's a little dramatic, isn't it? Yup. And I'm gonna keep using that kind of dramatic language, because that's exactly the dangers of it. If you learn to use the Control-Z tool, or layers, or styles, or brush, fucking pattern brushes, or whatever, too early, you will never develop the fundamental skill required. It is a pull up for your dear life, like your life depends on it, that I've seen every artist that's tried to, basically all of them fail. They get frustrated, man. You get used to the work you make. You get comfortable in your work. You're like, I do this kind of stuff, and I got like 10,000 followers, and I make a couple $1,000 a month in my art. And it's like, yeah, I wish I was better, but like, yeah, I'm not going back and like, starting from square one and from zero. Who needs to learn color theory when I can, make a gradient map? What am I gonna do? Spend 100 hours not making money learning color theory? That time is gone, man. I didn't do that when I was 21. I got a kid that I got to pay for. I got this, I got that. I don't have time to spend 100 hours learning color theory when I can just doop. Hey, boom, we're done color. And then your work is mediocre and you never get where you want to be. And the worst part is, you know it. You cannot escape from the knowledge that you're not the person, the artist that you could be. You can't escape from it, man. And it'll haunt you for the rest of your fucking life. So I always encourage people to not the shortcuts you get from learning. The shortcuts you get from digital should be used as a shortcut to cut time off of your process once you can fully do the process out. And then you understand how to take a proper shortcut. You know exactly the river you're missing. You know exactly the forest you're going around. And if you needed to go through that forest, you know exactly how to do it. Because sometimes those shortcuts will be incomplete, you know? And you have to do something extra and just slap something on top of it to fix the shortcomings of the shortcut. But again, if you never develop the skill, then you just don't have it. You're just reliant on the shortcut. You know, you're basically a slave to the fucking digital tool that you're using. So no, man, I mean it. Like I use that kind of dramatic language because I think it's important to think of it that way. It's like a pitfall that you could dive into. It's kind of like imagine it's like, well, I'm going to use AI art and then paint over it. That's my career. Well, that sounds absurd, doesn't it? Ridiculous. Who would do that? It's a new world, man. You know, I think digital has presented its own level of dangers. So a couple thousand a month. I wish I was making that. I mean, yeah, well, it took me a very, very long time, say, to get to that point, I guess. So it's possible anyway. It's possible to make a living off your art, I think. All right, fuck this painting. I can't look at it anymore. Fuck that painting. I can't look at it anymore. Fuck this painting. I can't look at it anymore. I do like the one I did yesterday. It's kind of sci-fi-y. But I think the one to get today was a lot more fun to do. I actually had interesting lighting in there and like let myself like work on it and render it for a little bit longer. I could spend another 10 minutes rendering this one and probably get some pretty cool stuff out of it, but I like the fact that it's so shitty and it was the first one. You know? The speed painting you did today looks awesome. Yes, it is. Thank you, Brooklyn. Appreciate it. Glad you like it. It is. We just finished it. We finished our half-hour painting. We're finally ready to get into the stream. We're finally ready to actually start the stream. Oh God. Okay. 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 All right. 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 Okay. All right. All right. Close that. Close that. Get rid of that. Oh, what do we got? Wait, dragons. Oh, I should do my speed painting tomorrow as a dragon. Oh my God, I should do some speed paintings tomorrow for dragons. Oh. What if I did? Hold on. Is it not in but a few weeks the time of year that many artists know as Smaugust? Is that not the month upon us? Birthed into this world on August of dragons, smoke, and flame, as July gives way to the best art challenge of the year now that Inktober is over. I mean, I don't mean over for the year. I mean, basically nobody does Inktober anymore. I still think Inktober slapped and people need to calm down about it. But as far as Dagrons go and challenges, is August not Smaugust? Should I do a dragon speed painting every day I'm live through Smaugust? Ooh. Maybe that is what we do. Oh, wait, I need to post this. Wait, hold on. Sorry. I'm sitting here plotting and ploying and shit. I also completely forgot to fucking post this shit. I said I would do this. I did not do this. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, we gotta post it in 3 places. We gotta post it 1 in the EBA sketchbook. 2. Oh my God. On the nope. I don't want to explore anything. Nope. I don't want to do anything. Nope. Post. There we go. Hit the wrong button 6 times. Warm up painting for today. I meant to hit Shift Enter and type something else under it, but that's okay. Next is Blue Sky, because apparently I'm supposed to post on Blue Sky. You guys were nagging at me enough that I need to apparently continue to support for Blue Sky. Show that I really do like Blue Sky. Warm up painting today. I hope I can destroy someone's day when I say this. I hope that my paintings get so good, my speed paintings, that I can ruin some art student's day at some point in time in my career, like John Park ruined my day so many years ago, like 15 years ago, and I still remember it. It was the day that John Park posted on Instagram or Twitter, and it was one of his speed paintings. It was like, it might have been this one or this one. It was one of the ones that were kind of like, it was like a deserty, kind of rusty colored painting. And he basically, oh, no, sorry, it wasn't that. He had that later. It was like a radar satellite, fucking radio satellite dish, like one of the ones down here. Like imagine this, but a bigger painting. He did like a bunch of these for a little while. But he posted like 3 paintings of like various kind of like satellite dishes. I think this might have been one of them. This might have been one of them. And he just said, did a couple of quick, speed paintings at lunch today. And I'm like, what do you mean a couple? You did both of those on your lunch break? That's better than any painting I've ever produced in my entire life. And it ruined my day. And I still think about how much it ruined my day like 15 years later. So I hope one of these days I can casually say just a quick warm-up painting at the beginning of a stream for one of these, and then have it ruin some art student's day. I guess that's what I'm hoping for. Rorgust, how's the dragon coming? Dragon's going well. I think I'm gonna paint them, to be honest. I think I'm gonna take a couple more days, and maybe I should take one of the best ones from Smogus and just paint that shit out. Ooh, wait, that's actually an idea. Your theme for August is decided now? It sure is. You follow Blue Sky? Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Thanks, Say. I would follow you back, Say, but I have a meme on Blue Sky I need to maintain. The meme is I'm doing the M&M, where I follow no accounts, where I LARP as having an ego that I don't need to follow anybody. So I'm super really wish that you know, I could follow my friends on other sites, because on Blue Sky I can't follow anyone as much as I would love to. So yeah, I have to keep the meme going for the rest of the year. Maybe the end of the year I'll chill out, but right for now it has to be like this, which is I don't want it to be. So feel that way about Can Liu's sketches. Oh, his obsession with drawing pretty girls in water. Yeah, that's right. Yes. No, that wasn't that's good too, but it wasn't nowhere near as day ruining as John Park on that fateful art school day. I remember exactly where I was sitting too. I know the exact classroom, the exact seat, in the exact direction at the exact desk that I was, with my 17, 18, what's the biggest size? 17-inch MacBook Pro that I had. And I was staring at it while scrolling through Twitter or some shit, and it fucking ruined my day. Shiftweed, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I'm excited to see my green dragon, check dragon. Plan on using it for art for something when it's done. Fuck yeah, dude. Dude, if people use the actual green dragon check art, that'd be kind of switched on, as it were, you know? I'd be fucking pleased as hell for that shit. Okay, hold on. I'm gotta get this shit. I got too many alerts. I got orders on coffee pinging me. I got Blue Sky alerts. I got things alerts. I gotta close all this shit. Hold on, close those alerts. Wait, did Steve get more than just a piece? Hold on, wait, what? That's not right. Oh, and the dice in the print. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's what that is. Okay, all right. That makes sense now more. Okay. All right. That makes entirely more sense. Okay, close that. I'm going to get new water real quick, and then we're going to jump into it and do some character design stuff for our Rouge for Quincy. Mostly just repost MDZS, Grandmaster Demonic Cultivation fan, or anyway, I ain't worth following. You are worth following because you're amazing at what you do, Say. I just can't follow anybody on Blue Sky as much as I would like to. We're going for it. Going for the gusto. You're hilarious. You're fucking hilarious. Well, I'm excited to see what you want. I'm very excited to see what it is. So, who's next on the requests? Hold on. I gotta look that up. Maybe we'll work on a request tomorrow or something as well. Something nice and easy to end the week with. Then did Dragon show up and wreck shit later? That's right. That's right. That's what I like. Okay, give me 1 second real quick. I'm gonna quickly grab more ice in my water and then we're gonna jump into it. What do you mean revolution, man? The hell? What is there to revolt against? The fuck? The hell?
Oh,
the shit?
My God.
What do you mean?
It is the boss man himself.
Yo, Mel, what's up, dude?
How are you doing?
Yo, bro.
Evan
Bro. What's good? I'm chilling. I'm just cracking today, Mel. I am just burning away, doing the thing, doing all the art stuff. No, I'm good. I'm chilling. Thanks for 100 bits, Mel. Appreciate it. All right, we made our speed painting. We did not completely fumble it, which means that we now, since this is our stream, remember, we now need to jump into some character design. So, we need to answer a very important question today. Okay.
Today is a bit of a bummer day.
Aw, man.
We had layoffs yesterday where 500 people got let go.
Damn, bro.
Thankfully I was not part of it, but I'm working from home today to just rest less than 3.
Let's fucking go. Survive the guillotine. Holy shit. I never know what that's like, honestly, going, like, working somewhere with a lot of layoffs or whatever. I don't know. I always hear about it in video game companies that it's like a very traumatic experience for the whole company, but I have no basis for that, you know? I don't know what it's like to be somewhere where everybody gets fucking punted. I did have one time a guy at the game store quit, and that was weird. So maybe it's like that, but, you know, like getting Alderaan or whatever instead of Obi-Wan. Oh well. Thanks for the bits, Mel. Appreciate it. All right, we got to answer one very important question today. And that is, what makes rogues cool? We got to design. Again, this is us. We got to design a Rouge, a very important character by the name of Locke, elder brother to our young traveling bard Quincy. And his design's been a little tricky to get right because I feel like it's either on one side it's too Vincent Valentine and the other side it's too punk hackery whatever. So I think I gotta do some like small silhouette drawings and then try and build something larger that we can actually turn to a pretty dope character design. But yeah, I think that it's an interesting question to really ponder because I haven't really had to go super deep on a character. I tried to go like ultra deep on characters for my own world or commissions. I try and sort of let it flow a little more, but this is a bit different. This needs to kind of really be massaged and worked on quite a bit. So with that, I really want to ensure that Locke is like basically perfect, right? So I think it's time to do some like...
For context, in my 14 years of working in corporate, I've been laid off 4 times.
Jesus, bro.
Had 7 different employers, and had 14 different job titles.
That's a fucking beast. Rogues being cool or knives? Okay, yeah, knives. Got it. Right, what is the quantity of how many d20s of knives do we add to our character? Is it like 1 d20 per rogue level? But Evan, that's over 100 knives. I know. Knives are cool. This rogue isn't much of a combatant though. This rogue is far more a I don't know. Not even like a thief, a burglar, or whatever. More like a shadowy kind of watcher of the protector. He's not really like the knife twirling, you know, coin hoarding type of rogue. Rogue's more of a class than it is anything else for him. So can't rely entirely on weaponry, or else, yeah, I just give him every knife that I could. I love that shit with rogues, like the Wayne Reynolds level of knifey rogues. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Wayne Reynolds rogue. Is this gonna have a lot of knives on it? Yep. Oh, wait, is she the one I'm thinking of? No, she's one of the main characters in Pathfinder. There's another knifey rogue that Wayne Reynolds has done, a piece of art that I'm trying to recall in the depths of my brain. Maybe it wasn't a rogue. Is this it? No, she has some knives, I guess. Shit. They have like knives on their shoulder, like pads, like coming down or whatever, sort of like an old World of Warcraft tier set from Classic. That is an alchemist, not a fucking rogue. Well, shit. Oops. I can't think of it. Doesn't matter. Anyway, yeah, I would give our rogue infinite knife, but unfortunately we have too many kind of like stylistic specifications here that revolve around not being knifed the fuck up. So what is the original concept art? Those aren't knives, are they? I don't think so. I love that Pathfinder has this like cast of characters. I find Pathfinder's world that they've created for their like adventures so unbelievably compelling. I wonder if they still do like a monthly adventure, because they used to do this back in the day where they had like a monthly adventure that you would they like break into like 5 or 6 month periods where it'd be like a kind of a full mini campaign. And it was so cool because it's like I would see all these DMs and their groups come into the store on like, you know, the second or third of the month or whatever, and they would come in, what's it called, Adventure Path, and the DM would rush over to the like new release section of the store, pick up the newest version of the Pathfinder book, and like, you know, secretly open it up to whatever page they want to see, what, and spoil whatever thing, you know, they were looking for or whatever. And it was cool because they got to be excited about it every month as well. Adventure Paths. I don't know if these are new or if these are still going month to month. But I think this is what they are now. Free player's guide download. Oh boy. And they would take like, oh wait, is this the one for, no, it's from April. Okay. Well, even if they don't do it anymore, it was still cool they did it for so long. But they had like, it was a new thing every single month. And I was always very excited to see people. I like vicariously enjoyed so many D&D games through so many people by watching them come into the store and enjoying their games. People think I'm like kidding or memeing or whatever when I say I get legitimate secondhand excitement, like honest, like super honest secondhand excitement from people when they are starting a new D&D campaign or like are, I don't know, getting into their new game or creating a new character or playing for the first time. I think I'm just memeing. I'm like actually like I feel it too, you know. It's like really cool or whatever. Hoods and excessive leather straps. What are the leather straps carrying though? What are they holding on to? They come out every once in a while, so they're not monthly anymore then. Dang, bro. This Adventure Path books coming out pretty much all 2nd edition. Oh, really? Interesting. I still haven't tried 2nd edition. I still haven't tried it. I want to. I really do. I want to like give it a good shot, but it just hasn't quite worked out that I found the time, players, whatever, to try like an honest, you know, multi-game campaign, adventure, whatever, for Pathfinder 2e. I've also heard mixed things about it. Like a lot of people said they really like Pathfinder 2nd Ed, but a lot of the people that I sort of like align in philosophy and taste when it comes to games have said that they don't like it. And that's weird, you know. It's kind of like if a movie comes out and everybody says it's good, but like the bro that has the same movie taste than you says that he thought it was shit, you know. Kind of like that, I guess. So whatever. All right, we need to draw some rogues. Rouge concept sketches. So I had one on the go here, which we could finish this one, I guess, and then do some more like little silhouette design based on it. Maybe that could work, I guess. Maybe we could do that. No, why not? Fuck it. Let's try and finish this design up a little bit. Play around and get some cool character design things in here. So let's see. Where was I on this piece? Where was I going? I'm gonna refresh my memory here, get my notes up so we can actually do some interesting work here and do the fun part of art, which is the design process, the character design process anyway. There's certain things in art that I really like and certain things that I like tolerate to get to the next thing I really like. character design process, like early stage stuff, is the stuff that I really like. This is the fun shit for me. Okay. All right. So, as Brooklyn said, we need belts. We need belts and daggers and things on our boy. We need probably a tucked dagger. I like the tucked dagger we had here, kind of in the front, almost like a pistol or whatever would be. We'll try some of the things there. So, all right, dagger time. Oh, we got to be in symmetry for a little bit of this. Okay, hold on. Line that up and then we can draw some daggers. I'm so unbelievably excited about this project. It's not even funny. I think I'm going to be able to send off these designs probably tomorrow or the next day, and then we can start doing the actual pieces based on them. That'd be fun, man. That'd be swell. I'd really like that. Second edition is my main environment. Much prefer the mechanics of D&D. It's crunchier than Pathfinder or than 5e. First edition is almost identical to 3.5. Very crunchy. Yeah, I like that. You know, I really liked Pathfinder First Ed. That's the thing. I didn't think that it was like all that crunchy. Like that's. I knew it was more mechanically driven and then, you know, like 5e obviously, but I never felt like it was too involved or whatever, too in depth. I never got that sense from Pathfinder or 3.5. So a lot of the changes that WotC made when they said we're not doing this shit anymore, we're doing 4th ed and then we're doing 5th ed and whatever, I felt kind of a little confused as to some of their complaints, you know? They said, well, we have to ensure that players understand how this mechanic works, how this thing does the thing, and so because of that, we are going to do this and remove that and whatever. And I kind of looked around at my other friends and we're like, did any of you guys think this system, this part of it was like too complicated? And we're like, no, that's weird. So I thought that 5e wasn't a bad system, you know, but it wasn't as interesting as I wished that it was. And we always had Pathfinder, but yeah, I guess Paizo also kind of nuked their system a little bit and left the refuse of a complicated mechanical D&D clone behind. Games aren't as crunchy as GURPS. GURPS is the crunchiest game system ever, and the person that plays GURPS is really cool. I really like that guy. Yeah. Yep. GURPS is a great system. I'm glad that one guy's having fun with it. I know Pathfinder First Ed from video games, like the balancing feels just about as horrible as it could be. Oh, really? What games is it from? Oh, like from the like the CRPGs or whatever. I've never played any of them, so I don't have any experience. I was thinking of playing the one with the newest Pathfinder CRPG or whatever it is, with the purple tiefling chick on the front. But my mod Guapo talked me out of it. He said I'd be disappointed in it. It wouldn't be the kind of game that I'd wanted. That I should just abandon all thoughts of actually playing that game. And so I did. I've never gone back. Yep. Maybe I should try it at some point in time. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think 3.5 was the most balanced system out there. But, you know, we were actually talking about this earlier, that D&D 5e sacrificed like 30% of the soul to get like 5% more optimized balance. And I think that's not a good trade-off. People will cry and say they want balance, and then they play a system that's like properly balanced and they realize it's fucking boring. That's what I think happened with a lot of 5e players. But, you know, people want what they want, and they're going to complain if they don't get it. And, you know, all you can do as a developer sometimes is just give them the thing they want, and they realize they didn't want it, and then you can do what you want next. So they stop complaining. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be happening for D&D. I don't even know what D&D's future is with like the D&D guys being gone. Jeremy Crawford and Perkins, I think it was. I don't know. My back, but I'm off to a leatherworking class. Oh shit! Good luck, Legion. Hope you have fun. That sounds rad. Haven't played first edition. Watched it played. Module-wise, it doesn't appear to be all that unbalanced, but I have limited experience with it. 2e plays quite balanced. So what no one's really been able to tell me is like what the main differences and changes that they made from 1 to 2. Like people who play Pathfinder 2e, I find a lot of them started in second ed and didn't like have a lot of experience with first ed, which is like totally fine. But it means that I can't like, I don't know what's different about it, you know? Right? I gotta like figure out for myself at some point in time. I wanted to buy the like collector's edition version of the sort of like player's handbook for Pathfinder second ed that came out. It didn't work out, and I'm bummed. I liked fancy versions of books for D&D and Pathfinders and shit. Vix just pulled good in horse games, so I need to kill her in D&D tonight. You understand how it is? My salad. If you kill off my salad, what will I make fun of for, you know? The Alcat games are pretty close to tabletop. Basically 2/3 of the class, archetypes and whatnot seem utterly unplayable. Really? Yeah, I don't know. I've never played any of those, so. Future of D&D is a franchise model that might make only 2024 E last like 4 years. Yeah, maybe. I don't think they have much of a franchise, to be honest, past the game, so we'll see. Single biggest change is that you have 3 actions, not movement action, bonus action, with some things requiring more than one of your actions, and increasing penalties for repeated attacks. I don't mind that because that happens in D&D all the time for our games, where a player will say something like, "Can I like sacrifice my attack to do this or whatever?" The idea of modular actions, I think, is better anyway. Like that doesn't change anything. So if we want to do that, we would just like do that anyway, right? So I don't necessarily need that written into rules, but that's cool. I don't mind that change, actually. It sounds kind of rad. They're not changing anything big with like how like attacks and whatnot are calculated and stuff. Like they're not like doing anything like massive, like removing dice or whatever, anything like that, are they? What's your opinion on cartoonists? I don't know any, to be honest. I don't really know any. I don't really know anybody from the animation side, and obviously like comic strip cartoonists are a long dead profession. I guess if you want to say cartoonists, like modern cartoonists are kind of like what, like comic book, like kind of doujin, fan art, whatever, manga. I know a bunch of like manga authors and artists, but I don't know any cartoonists. I don't think, like, not in the traditional like Disney kind of animation sense that a cartoonist would be thought of. So I don't know. They're all pretty eccentric from what I hear. Wish I had them in my sphere. I don't know. What were the older D&D editions like? I got 5e when I was around 2 to 3 years, so I know about the really old editions. Or the long stick to poke stuff was meta. Well, a lot of it, Sabine, was in the idea of a lot of the difference from old editions to new editions was not just in the mechanics. There was more to calculate, more. Okay, I don't want anybody fucking like pointing out like, well, it's actually like, I'm generalizing here. More or less, you had more things that could factor into your calculations of attack and damage. So you get a bonus from your dagger, a bonus from a feat that adds +2 to your attack when you're using a dagger, a bonus from an attack that when you use it on a Thursday, if you ate a taco, then you get. So there's a lot more numbers to add in to figure out how to do things, but you got more customization that way for certain editions. Like 4th edition was very different because it was very much like it was a power-based system instead of an attack-based system, so you could do different things. If more actions were more complicated, it was really cool. It felt more video gamey in a way, more cinematic and more interesting in combat than a lot of the just like you never just basic attacked anything in 4th ed. you did like your basic powers or whatever, which was an attack that, you know, if you turns them into turns the wound into fried chicken or whatever, you know, some shit. Older editions of D&D were more or less crunchy, were more or less sophisticated in how you calculated things, more or less balanced. But the biggest thing that was different about older editions of D&D wasn't the difference in how the game was played as far as the calculations of attack and damage and class and spells goes. The biggest difference between older editions of D&D was a culture change from a war game to a narrative. So back in the earliest days of D&D, it was a war game. A game you played with miniatures on a table and you overcame battles and traps and dungeon delving and things like that. The role play was a story that you created to contextualize things. But the idea of like, I'm going to write an 8-page backstory and come to my group with like motivations and history and like, you know, background trauma and all the stuff that Critical Role popularized, that would be considered to be inappropriate and rude. Because it's like, imagine Sabine, you go to play, what's a game that maybe people might know that would be relevant to this? Maybe you go to play World of Warcraft. And you're like, yo, let's get on, let's do this dungeon, boys. And everyone's like, okay, cool, let's gear up and do this dungeon. And you get into it and you're in the dungeon and you're like, whoa, hey guys, hold on. And they're like, what's up? Did you forget your flask or did you go back to town to repair your gear? No, I wanted to introduce my character. I'm like, yeah, your character's name is fucking Peerless Sabine. You're like, no. Her character, the title is Peerless. Her name is Sabine Warfoppenha. And she's the second daughter of the noble family of Warfoppenha, of the castle White Rock. And she is on a quest to find the person that destroyed her bloodline by corrupting it with vampire saliva. And your group's like, sorry, what the fuck? Like, well, I just want to introduce my character. You're like, we're pulling the dungeon. You're like, well, no, I gotta understand why I'm pulling the dungeon. Like, what's in the dungeon that I care about? What's my motivation for pulling the dungeon? I don't care your motivation is. When I pull the big fucking group, you go fucking turn Righteous Fury on and start smacking things in AoE. You're like, but I don't cast AoE. I like to duel my individual, monsters. Imagine how much of a dick you'd be if you did that to your World of Warcraft playing friends. That would be what subjecting your D&D group to your fucking self-indulgent backstory would be back in the 80s or 90s or whatever D&D. And so the story was something you added on a little bit to kind of spice it up. You're like, okay, you're all going to the dungeon to kill the necromancer because he's been terrorizing the village. And you're like, cool. And as it evolved and as it changed and newer editions came out, it became more about the story. So you spent time in the town more. You talked to the vendors. You had a bit of a story. But even then, it wasn't about this big, massive, dramatic backstory plot. Really, Critical Role was kind of the first time that was really popularized. The theater kids might have played D&D like that, but they were basically the only ones. Okay, you take the theater kids and guess what? You grow them up to all become famous voice actors and they play D&D. Boom. Now that's the way you play D&D. So the idea of like the Mercer effect or whatever, all this shit about like, D&D being this whole thing of like, I can't believe my DM's so bad. They didn't listen to my backstory. So yeah, it was more of a war game. It was more of like I attack the barbarian, or I attack the giant frog. Okay, you deal this damage. Yeah, that's so cool. Big number, rad. Okay, to Jimmy, it's your turn. Yeah, I'm gonna cast fireball on the gnomes. Okay, crazy. That's the, what loot did we get? What cool thing did we get? Maybe there's a story of the rods that you get from the necromancer. There's some little whatevers, and and it's like that was like the culture around D&D. It was more of a war game. So it's evolved and changed, and groups have evolved and changed, and that's totally fair. But the mechanics of the game were also very crunchy and fun to get into, because there's lots of things to calculate and to nitpick around and to, like, you know, optimize and manipulate. It was very much like playing an old MMO, you know, your EverQuests or your Diablos or whatever, where you could like customize your character and your class and optimize things and get magic items about the loot and the conquest and the treasure. And when your character died, a lot of the times you showed up with like, you're like, oh no, Thug died. Okay, well, and you read a 2 after your character sheet, and you're like, well, I show up to the dungeon. I am here to avenge my brother, Thug. And the party's like, wow, here are his belongings. Yes, thank you for his battle axe. I too use a battle axe. What is your name, great adventurer? I am Thug, the second, the two-end. All right, let us go kill the necromancer. Let's go back in the dungeon. So it was much more wargamey than it was narrative now. So this is why systems like Daggerheart that are more like involved for storytelling is an evolution in the tabletop gaming and the TTRPG sort of way of going about things. I think a lot of it also stems from video games. Now there are crunchy video games you can play. So all the players who played the crunchy D&D and tabletop RPGs, they all play PoE and games like that. They all play EVE, man. They don't play TTRPGs anymore. They all play a better way of doing that. So the people that do play the tabletop RPGs, a lot of them want the more narrative storytelling experience. And even then, so it's like when we were playing 3.5, I was considered to be a slightly obnoxiously narrative DM. Every once in a while, my players would be like, dude, okay, yeah, I don't need to know why the king wants his daughter back, okay? I'm sure there's a lot of cool backstory and lore. Let's go to the dungeon. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. And I was a little bit too narrative for people. But now in the modern sphere of D&D, I might be way less narrative than most people want. They're like, well, what's my motivation as a rogue to go save the kingdom? It's like, you are lawful good and you want to go save things and generally do good in this world. You're like, but why do I care? I don't know, James, make a character that wants to go save the fucking kingdom, okay? That's what the story's about. So, you know, delete that character and create the one that wants to go save the kingdom. So it was a bit different back then, and the mechanics sort of represented that. If your character dies in first, second edition, there's generally no return unless you get high up there in the levels. That's true too, yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Definitely more of a standard TTRPG war game where it gets probably easier just to pick up and drop down. No need to spend an entire day planning or a whole week plotting the campaign, fleshing out NPCs. It was different though, because a lot of people had this idea of like, they wanted the dungeons to be way more in depth. The traps and puzzles. Like if you spent 3 hours on a puzzle, it was like, that's rad. So a lot of the game prep wasn't NPCs, motivations, towns, fleshing out stuff, but it was spent trying to design compelling puzzles and traps and interesting mechanics in fights and trying to have battle maps and figure out what your players are going to do and have different things. So it was more mechanical or whatever. Pretty sure you just had weird groups, it sounds like, because I started in 3 and 3.5, and everyone I know outside of you had stories in RP. Did I say I didn't? Maybe you weren't like paying attention to the original part of what I was saying. You came in late, Azalea, but I was talking about how D&D evolved. I'm talking about first, second edition, real old school wargaming shit. No, when I was getting into it, we had tons of stories about it. 100%. I came in at that part of D&D where that's where, you know, that's where we like sort of started developing more narrative, and we were more compelled by story and more compelled by, because we also started playing D&D as a 13-year-old in the Lord of the Rings era, you know? So we wanted the story. We wanted to go to Rivendell. We wanted to see the cool things. We wanted to be cinematic and expressive and whatever, you know? So no, that was the norm. Like I'm talking about general norms for what D&D was like in first and second edition, the early days, the 80s, AD&D, whatever, the pre-70s wargaming era, the kind of the 90s fall off, the early 2000s resurgence, third edition 3.5, the MMO era of fourth ed, the theater era of fifth ed. No, like I'm not talking about when I say that you're Thug and Thug 2 and shit like that. That's some old school second edition shit. That's not like where I started. Yeah. Not sure if you like misunderstood that, but Daggerheart is a system that uses effectively designed by theater kids for theater kids, from what I can see, which is exactly where the evolution of the TTRPG has gone, right? Most people now want a very theatric, cinematic, dramatic experience where there's stories and plots and twists and a narrative that they can tug on the whole way, and side quests that, like, you know what I mean? It's like they want that whole thing. They want that experience now, which is fine. You know, it's totally fine to have a bit of a change in the way that D&D is played. The problem is I have simultaneously been on both sides of the defense. When I was working in the game store, I was defending the narrative D&D players from the Greybeards. The surly old men in their 50s to 70s with balding ponytails and stained golf shirts, beer bellies, with their books from fucking 1974 that smell like aftershave that went bad in 1974, that are sitting there in the game store shit talking and speaking condescendingly and talking down to the new D&D players that need, you know, to have a story in their D&D game, right? And like they want to like RP for a half hour with each other. I was constantly defending that's the new way we play, and that's the way they like to play, and it doesn't mean that you can't play your way. So shut the fuck up, stop being an old miserable graybeard. Old man yells at cloud, go back inside, okay boomer. And now all the fucking Zoomer, Gen Z, Papegas brand new to D&D that are on Reddit being like, I can't believe my DM didn't let me write a 20-page backstory. It's like, shut up, go write a fucking novel. You're not playing with a bad D&D group, you're playing with an older school D&D group. And it's so funny how that thing shifts, but the hobby evolves, and if you can't evolve with it, you can definitely stay in the place that you like, but you can't get mad that people want a more theatrical experience, or they used to not want that. That's just the way the game works, and people, you know, they will seek out the kind of D&D that they want and that they care for, and it seems like most people kind of agree on a bit of a mix of both. So I don't really know how Daggerheart works. The only thing that gives me a bit of pause for Daggerheart that I don't know if I'm really going to like, and I don't know if this is true, but I've heard people say something along the lines, in Daggerheart, you have people taking turns directing the narrative. I don't know what that entails. To me personally, that sounds like an awful idea for the kind of games that I run, right? Because it feels like a design by committee type thing. And I don't know if that's like what that entails. And I like Darrington Press is great, and they do amazing work there. And they got some real good shit and some really bright minds on D&D. And I don't know if I'm just hearing it wrong or understanding it wrong or not, like I'm missing something or whatever. But it gives me a lot of nervous pause to think, wait, so when I'm trying to like craft this like grand Lord of the Rings narrative, one player can just say, and in Rivendell we decide we're going to join the circus, and you're like, no, you're going to take the ring to Mordor. Okay, I guess we're in the circus now. Sure, roll for circus or whatever. Like I don't really understand what people have said about it. Maybe I've heard wrong, and I don't really understand how Daggerheart works. I'm a little bit suspicious of some of the more like the super collective narrative like descriptions of the game, but I could be wrong. Maybe it is that exactly that way, and I would hate it, which is totally fine too. Like, by the way, they don't have to make the game for everybody. Maybe I'd prefer something like Pathfinder or an older edition of D&D or even 5e, but it sounds good. Like from people saying that they are having fun, and that is the most important thing. People saying that they're having fun, and if you're enjoying yourself, you're enjoying your time playing the game, that's literally all that matters. Even if it's not something that I would want to play with or whatever, if it has a different like weird system of doing like narrative, that's totally fair, that's totally fine. If it doesn't serve the kind of game that I want to play, then I won't play it. But I still like support it and would want to like purchase a book and like encourage it, because I think that I would rather do everything I can to support like Darrington Press doing something different than just like more of the same kind of thing, you know, even if I don't like it. Watch Phase review on Daggerheart, and it's super, super, super heavily narrative based. But like, that's the thing. I've heard that. I don't know what it means. People say that. You know, either way the mechanics and the roles work or whatever, or what. Maybe I should just watch Phase review. Is that on? Did she make a video about it on YouTube or something? Because I trust Faye on mechanics for game. I disagree with her on a lot of things for D&D, stylistically and preferentially. But I trust her judgment, like, completely. And I could figure out pretty easily if what she, like, you know, she would have a good balanced take on it, and I'd be able to make an informed decision probably. Maybe I'll actually I should probably just read. I should probably honestly just read the fucking book myself. Is it on Amazon? Can I buy this shit, or do I have to buy it off of their website? I'll do it. Don't think I won't. I'll threaten to get it. I'll add it to my throne. I should do that, sir. Every time anybody says, hey man, have you checked out Daggerheart? I'd be like, yeah, no one's bought it for me yet. Do you want to be the first? And just completely deflect every single time, right? The ultimate in toxicity. Probably Amazon or maybe even Century has it. Has it, like, did it get a full formal, like, proper release? Or, like, when they released it, was it just on their online store? I also don't know how established Darrington Press is as a publisher. Are they like a Catalyst Game Labs Wizards type thing, or are they still too indie and like publish their own stuff, but they do it through their own like sort of web store and stuff like that? I don't know what their whole dealio is. Okay. We need Belt Dagger. This is important. This is important. Released last month. Yeah, but did it like properly release everywhere, or is it just like a release on their store last month thing? You know what? Well, I'm asking questions when I have the internet. Amazon. Wait, shit. Amazon.Canada. Daggerheart. It is not on Amazon.Canada. Critical Role Canada store. Let's see. Solar Gardens. Oh my god, what's that? Wait, that's not Richard Garfield's new game, is it? What's the new game called? No, it can't be, right? Okay, what home products, Daggerheart. Daggerheart core set. Perfect. This is what we want. That's $75. Fuck. Okay. Does it come with 2 books? Comes with book. Hold on. 366-page lavishly illustrated hardcover book. Ooh. All the stuff. The box of 279 beautiful illustrated cards securely clasped with a magnet, including... Okay, so you needs a book and cards. What the fuck do the cards do, I wonder? What is this shit? Is this additional information, or is it like the only place where you can get this information? When you mark 1 or more hit points from an attack, you can mark a stress to place number of tokens equal to the number of hit points you marked on this card. On your next successful attack, gain a +5 bonus to your damage rolls for each token on this card. Then clear all tokens. Wow, I don't know what this shit does. Seems like there's a resource system. Are the cards required to play the game? Is there a random element? Are these representations of things that are in the book, or are they a deck? Very roguely waste hip accessories. Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's 5454 where I live. I'm guessing you live in, Americadia? Is that the... Would 75 CAD be 55 UST? Is that it? Cards of players, abilities, and features, they're all required. Okay, so you need the cards and the books. There's no buying the book. The Witherwild. I like that. It's great art, honestly. They've got some really great art in here, it looks like. Some fantastic art for the cards. Sketches? What? They need a sketch artist to do sketches of things? Me? I was passed over? They didn't ask me to do art for them? I'm offended. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, I guess $75 is probably fine. And they got the campaign setting for Tal'Dorei Reborn. And that's $65. So if you want to play, if I wanted to play Daggerheart, I'd want to play it in Tal'Dorei, because I think there's probably a strong connection between Tal'Dorei and Daggerheart as a system, as they've both been developed in tandem. So I would likely want to go all in. Commission Devin Rue for a fucking characters kit. Vox Machina, no, it's a book. Candela Obscura core rule book. That's a beautiful book. I love that. That's amazing. You know, they've really got a really great graphic design team and vibe for their books. I would prefer a little more fantasy, but you know what? As far as the modern era of like fantasy and shit goes, I don't mind this. This is nice. Especially the Daggerheart core book, the front of it. You know, again, could be more fantasy and immersive in my opinion, but that's my like deranged 3.5 edition opinion. But it's a little bit nicer than 5th Ed's. It's a little bit more immersive and better than 5th Ed, which is great. I'm glad they're moving that direction. So, all right, maybe I mean, the problem is if I spend $75 on this set, am I ever going to get a chance to pay for it, or to play with it? If I pay for it, will I get to play with it? You can get it without the cards. You probably need them in digital version, or maybe the info is in the book. That's what I'm wondering: is if all the information is in the book or not. You know what? I've changed my opinion of the theories around Critical Role Campaign 4. At the beginning of the stream when we talked about it, I was somewhat in line with, I don't know if Critical Role's personal brand is strong enough to outwit the personal brand of the corporate brand of Dungeons and Dragons to be able to launch a D&D campaign with Daggerheart. I don't know if they could like force that in. But upon reconsideration, I think they'd be a fool not to have campaign 4 be Daggerheart. I think they'd lose some people, but they'd also get a lot of people playing in their new system. Yeah, I think campaign 4 is going to be in Daggerheart, which is kind of wild, actually. That'd be really fun to watch. I would love to watch a mainline Critical Role campaign that'd be in a different system. All right, I'm tempted now. I find myself musing a growing temptation to pick up Daggerheart now and try and force a game and find and recruit some nerds. I'll blow the war horn of D&D Art, and I will. This is cute. And I will try and ride the nerds, maybe. God, they got a great product line, man. I don't know who's in charge of this shit at Critical Role, like merch, products, whatever, development, but they're doing great. Obviously, I can't abide by mass-produced dice. I can't forgive this, considering I'm married to Ella Blackwood, basically the best dice maker in all of Canada. I'm gonna say it. Maybe pushing into the whole hemisphere, but I still think it's a great product to have, especially the unique dice like these ones, like the Candela Obscura dice. These are really beautiful. That's really cool. And dice tray. Oh my god, I didn't even see how cool the dice tray was with all the like markings and shit on it. All right. Look, I won't buy the Daggerheart core set right now, but I will add it to my throne. Oh, God. Done a couple mini campaigns on their page using Daggerheart. Also, I'd be absolutely shocked if their season 4 campaign is not Daggerheart. Yeah, I didn't know if they could strong arm away from D&D. It'd kind of be like, Steve, like imagine me saying, guys, I'm not streaming on Twitch anymore. I'm streaming on evanblairart.com. Who the fuck would come over? Nobody. Streamers have tried that. I think Ninja tried that. Didn't work. Destiny tried that. Didn't work. A couple other streamers. Because the platform of Twitch is way bigger and it's necessary for their success. You're not bigger than Twitch, basically. And so the question is for like Critical Role, are you bigger than D&D? Are you big enough that people are going to watch a non-D&D campaign? And like, That's a tough question to ask. But considering how much they're invested in their own game now, I think they're willing to lose half their viewership if they get to play in Daggerheart and encourage their own sales of their own project. And you know what? Good for them, and I hope they won't lose. I mean, I don't think they would lose half their viewership if they converted to a different system for a mainline campaign. Obviously, I think they'd probably retain, maybe even grow, honestly. But they'd retain 100 to maybe getting like 120 or 130% more. Who knows? But yeah, I think campaign 4 then will be in Daggerheart, and I'm more excited for that then. I think they're absolutely bigger than D&D. In their own sphere of people that watch their show, yes. It's like, I'm not bigger amongst my viewers. I'm not bigger than Twitch. In the Critical Role viewers, Critical Role is bigger than D&D. But the general statement, Critical Role is bigger than D&D, I don't think that's true. I don't think we can make that assertion yet. You ask 1,000 normies if they know what D&D is, they'll say yes. You ask 1,000 normies, they know, well, a certain percentage will say yes. You ask 1,000 normies, they know what Critical Role is. It'll be a very small portion. So we got to keep that in mind. Be realistic about it, though. But I do think that it'd still be worth them. They've built enough of a base to the D&D audience to build their own audience that they could convert to Daggerheart, I think. Laura Bay's in charge of their merch. Yeah, but like I doubt she's like deciding on product lines and stuff. Like I doubt she was the person that decided to make like a fucking Critical Role clue or whatever. You know, maybe she is, in which case if she's the one in charge of like their publishing and Darrington and all this other shit, then hey man, I underestimated Miss Bailey. I could pull her logs in my chat. We'll see what she said in my chat. Pull her logs. Yeah. All right. Rogue time. Rouge time. YouTube put me in a bubble, but it spams me with videos of people saying it's better than D&D. That gives me concern. So historically, a product that builds themselves as the anti another product doesn't survive. You have to, and like we saw this in the MMO crash of 2021-ish with World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, and those ones. We've seen this over and over again. When you build your brand on negativity towards another brand, you don't win. But, and this is not a choice that the creator makes. This is also a choice of the community. This is what happened in the D&D OGL problems. Lots of other TTRPGs did a good job. Their communities fucked it up for them. They're the ones that fucked it up. But I do think that Darrington as a brand is doing a very good job of not making it not D&D, but something different. The question is, will their audience be mature enough to do that as well? And then further than that, is D&D and WotC and Hasbro in a weakened enough state where it'd be okay to do that? And the problem is that maybe we saw that with Blizzard in 2021 with the Final Fantasy Exodus, but it's hard to say. I don't know. Whereas even though someone asks for D&D recommendation streams, Critical Role is almost always going to be the first suggested. It won't matter if they actually play in D&D. Yeah, but the amount of people that play D&D that watch D&D streams, I think is a number that it's very hard to calculate, and I think that people overestimate it, unfortunately. I think people watch Critical Role for the D&D system, though. It seems like they would be easy enough to switch. Yeah, they don't anymore. Critical Role Campaign 1 definitely was riding on the brand authority of Dungeons & Dragons. But now, I legitimately think Critical Role is strong enough they don't need that anymore. They probably didn't need that for Campaign 3. Ooh, maybe. Yeah. D&D is like Kleenex. People say they want to watch D&D. They mean it's like they want to watch a role-playing game. They don't care about the mechanics. Yeah, but like nobody watches streams of D&D comparatively. I don't think. I think that the amount of people that are aware and casual, like don't forget, this is always, I never underestimate the bubble of being an enthusiast bracket. It's always something that I've seen people get burnt on way too many times, where you might be in a bubble where everyone you talk to about a thing are all enthusiasts, so you all agree on something. But when you see the mass fucking like phalanx, an endless army of Xerxes of the casual audience, you realize just how small the enthusiast bracket is. On certain things like World of Warcraft, you can actually track this because you have player numbers. In something like D&D, WotC doesn't report anything, so we don't know. We don't know what the actual, how it's like the question of how many people who are into D&D will also watch a stream about it. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's like half, or it's like most D&D players. And then a lot of times you find out it's like 5%. And you're like, holy shit, I had no idea there were so many casual people out there. That's a lot bigger than people think. So I never, even though maybe the D&D, I could make a case for the D&D audience being more enthusiasts than the casual sort of argument would like make way for. But even with that, I never underestimate how big the silent majority of casual players or interactors or whatever is. Like the amount of people that, like, this is a scary question that people don't, a scary thing to think. The amount of people that maybe don't even know that 5th Ed had a new rules update. I bet it would freak you out if you found it out. I wouldn't underestimate. I don't know, but I wouldn't underestimate that number. You know what I mean? Never underestimate the size and power of the casual audience. And so if we're talking about something that has to do with enthusiasts, I think it's always beneficial to remember that majority always exists quietly sitting there, not engaging with D&D streams, not watching videos, not buying D&D things, not doing the stuff that you and I are doing. That's the happy spot though, as long as the casual audiences gets on board. Money and corporations are gonna fuck things up. Yeah, pretty much. So Age of Ember campaign episode started at 1.3 million views, and the last episode only has 224,000 views. That's the way it goes, though. There's always going to be a lot of excitement about a brand new thing, and we'll see the next campaign, like campaign 4, will have a massive viewership, huge. Maybe not as high as campaign 3. I hope it is. I hope that it hasn't diminished like at all, but it might. I don't know if Critical Role's fan base has any sort of negativity towards the show. I honestly don't know. I haven't heard, like, the last time I heard a lot of negativity of last time I heard any sort of mass negativity of Critical Role, it was people mad about some fight where they technically killed off like 3 people towards the beginning of last campaign, and since then zipped lips as far as like people being mad at Critical Role from what I've heard. So I don't know what the fuck they're doing or what's going on, but I assume it's like pretty good. I assume that their audience is favorable and happy with the things that they do. They seem to do a really good job. If I haven't heard anything about it, I would imagine that people are generally pretty positive. Then again, a lot of places and spaces that people complain about stuff, I don't listen to people complaining about things. And so the question is, would anyone come to my stream to complain? And I don't know. Because people could be raging on Twitter about Critical Role, and I'd have no idea. It would take somebody coming into my stream to be like, ooh, Evan, don't use the CR word, because people are like, ooh, you don't want to get canceled by like speaking favorably about this thing or that thing, right? Haven't heard any of that, so I'm just gonna assume it like doesn't exist or whatever, more or less. There's a lot. Umber was kind of boring, not because it was but not because it was Daggerheart. Wait, what? Umber, you're talking about campaign 3, right? It was wait, what? I'm confused. Do you think will always be bigger than the other episodes? One of the complaints I've heard about Critical Role is character death doesn't really stay. There's only been like one character that's actually stayed dead. Oh yeah, I mean, but didn't like when they tried to kill off multiple players, didn't like people, like I remember that shit on Twitter, people were throwing fucking fits. They were crying. They were like literally shaking. As people start their fucking TikTok videos with, they were burning their books and swearing off Matt Mercer because he recklessly killed off like fucking, I don't know, Loudna and whoever else, I don't remember. And then, oh, they resurrected next episode because now I'm not saying Critical Role doesn't have standards or whatever. I'm not saying they like forced the, maybe they legitimately did get the roles. It seemed legit, but I wouldn't have blamed them if they had gone back on it just to keep the people happy. Age of Umbra is their Daggerheart campaign they're currently doing. Okay. All right. Got it. Cool. Is the campaign their full cast or is it like a fragment of it? Like, it's not the full, like, proper mainline series campaign group, is it? Because if it is, I'd watch the shit out of that. There's people that they've, like, invited in for, like, DMs or, like, other players, and I you know, I think it's great. But there's some people that I just, like, don't vibe with, and when they're a player in a game, I'm like, you know, But if it's the whole mainline cast playing, I might watch that shit. Resurrection's the problem and the solution of most roleplay. Oh, yeah. So, like, I just don't have character resurrection available in my campaigns. Maybe it's becoming... That was a hot take 5 years ago when I first started streaming. It seems like it's becoming more mainstream now. Seems to be one of a few things out there that doesn't have a ton of haters. Maybe I'm wrong because I don't hear it, like you're saying, but I generally don't believe there are many people that hate Critical Role. That's, yeah, exactly. It seems like pretty universally loved by their fan base, which is fucking awesome. You know? It's a game that Matt isn't bring back players if the characters die. Matt killed off a third of the crew last episode. Really? So he's not bringing back the players if a character dies. What is this shit? Hold on. YouTube. Let me see this cast. Age of Umbra. Episode 1. Episode 1. Desperloch. Age of Umbra.
Hello, everyone.
Shut up, Matt. I'm streaming.
Of Age of
Shut up. Thank you. All right. Fuck it, man. Oh, this is the core cast. Wait, where's my Travi? All right, that's cool. All right, I'll watch it. Oh, there he is. I'll watch it. You can't stop me. I'll do it anyway. Fuck it. Hell yeah. I'll watch the shit out of this. I didn't realize they were doing this. I'm excited now. I have something to watch, bro. Honestly, I've asked for a lot of campaign recommendations, and I'm enjoying War of the Realms thoroughly. But I want like something to bite into that's like there's like I need more than one D&D podcast a week, bro. Especially if I'm watching one like somewhat live every time. So I wanted a Critical Role level 1, and a lot of the other recommendations people have been giving me, Legends of Evantris or whatever else, or any of this stuff, it's good, but it didn't really capture me the way I wanted it to. So this is exciting, man. Let's go. Fuck yeah. That must be interesting. What, the resurrection thing? I mean, I don't really have player death all that often, to be honest. But I feel like if I feel like easy resurrections, like turning creative mode on in Minecraft, lowers the stakes in a way that, you know, it's not like in some part of your brain, the back of your mind, you're not taking it seriously as a player. That's what I found in my experience with the people I played with. So never understand why people hated Critical Role characters being brought back. Like, resurrection's a thing and is used in their campaigns. Travis's first character, for example, they didn't resurrect because he was supposed to die. Oh, yeah. Well, I think the problem is it makes the drama of it. Like Percy coming back to life. It was like, oh my god, wow, campaign 1 Percy coming back to life. What a big thing. And then, like, after the third time, you're like, okay, well, you know, okay, anyway, right? Just sort of like blunts the sting a little bit, to the point where you're not like really that scared that things might not turn out well. Like, you ever watch Rogue One and you're sitting there aghast that the people died at the end? You're like, but you kind of feel alive because of it. People like that, you know? So. Critical only really has one permanent death per campaign. Yeah. I don't know. What was the one for campaign 2? Oh, right. Molly Mauch. And then who was campaign 3? Because I don't think Bertrand counts as for campaign 3's death. Did anyone like actually die in campaign 3? It's been long enough. You can spoil me on it. Did anyone actually fucking die? Or did that like... Am I being gaslit? Fresh cut grass. Oh, I heard about that. Oh, yeah, okay. So did he have a new character? Like, or is it later enough in the campaign that he just like went and dealt with his... Because that was that an intended death though? Because he was dealing with like making sure he was healthy and recovering and stuff, or was that like strategic or not? My friends are the same character for backup. If they die, like they don't care. They just try builds. Sure, yeah, a lot of people do that. If that bothers you, then you're watching it as a TV show. If you're watching the D&D campaign, then you would know resurrection is always a thing. Depends. The universality of resurrection is more of a house rule than I think people give it credit for. I know infinite D&D, like after working at the game store for as long as I did, and basically passively polling DMs for as long as I did, and then streaming for as long as I have, talking to thousands of people over 5 years about D&D, I can definitely say the amount of people who don't have resurrection allowed in their game is enough that it's like a substantial demographic, you know. So I think so it's one of those things that it's hard to say like magic and D&D. Yeah, that's like definitely goes hand in hand, but resurrection being a core component of D&D, whether, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, I think that it's one of those things that I've seen enough people say, yeah, I don't really allow it in my game, or I make it really hard, or I make it really meaningful, or like put these conditions on it. They change it in some way from the base way it's written in D&D, enough to that you can kind of say like, okay, this is like really something people are like house ruling quite a bit. Sam fought and beat throat cancer, I think. Yeah, was that, what did that, like, that's what I mean, but did that have anything to do with his character death, or what? He acts as a Minotaur? That's funny. Sacrificed himself in the moment to save the party. Okay, so it wasn't like a, okay, so it, yeah, technically character death, but it also wasn't like, you know, as a result of the game. Hello, Anna. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm chilling, bro. Hope you're doing well. Interesting. Interesting. All right, let's get our fucking lace brush out here, because I know what I'm doing. I'm a real artist today. I'm not just LARPing. I'm not just LARPing. I'm kind of LARPing. Oh, shit. Speaking of, holy shit, LARP swords are expensive. I was gonna buy one. Oh my god. What a fucking terrible mistake that would have been. $500 for the one I want. Can you believe it? A fucking piece of foam for 500 bucks. I was offended. I'll still probably buy it. An X brush. Not just any X brush, a lace pattern X brush that I have. So Matt said he does it too. They tried to resurrect Molly, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember how that whole thing went, so. Let resurrection happen in my games, but you have to earn it and come back from the brink has consequence for the character. Oh, okay, cool, yeah. You left him with $60? The one I'm looking at is this one. Ooh, I still had it up. Pog. From Arm Street. How about that? This is what I want. I want like a real, like a good one. Like some decent ass looking fucking LARP sword. And it's $550. Is this US? Tell him. Oh, it is. Oh my god, that's US. Oh my god. What the fuck? Ugh. Ugh. God. Oh, it's so nasty. Oh my god. $700 for the sword and the fucking... Oh, God. As a steel blade? I know. Yeah, yeah. The foam ones are still prohibitively expensive, but this one was specifically, you know, the foam ones was like $200 or some shit. But a steel one, oh my God, it's so much more expensive. That's for HEMA, not LARP. This is not for HEMA. This is not HEMA. This is sword features, ornamental, not for combat. No, this is not a HEMA's blade. No, this is a Lord of the Rings replica level fucking sword. This is not for smacking. This is for looking good in photos at the Ren Fair, which is what I want it for. Is Ren Fair and LARP, not like smacking people with a foam blade Ren Fair or LARP. I want looking good in photos Ren Fair LARP. That's the kind of LARP I want. I'm not looking for fucking like I'm in a forest pretending I'm a tree spirit and I'm gonna cast magic sword on you. I'm not trying to make fun of you, say. No, I want to just, when I go to Ren Fair and meet up with my the homies, I want to not look like a fucking dipshit. All right, like I want to, you know what I want here. Here's what I want. I took this photo with Illyria and Greg from their fans. No, I want to look as good as they do. All right. These are my homies from Ren Fair. Look how fucking cool Illyria's armor is. Holy shit, man. So I don't want the foam dog shit, bro. I want some steel fucking armor with real leather shit. And I want to get me some good sword going on, alright? I want to get a tunic. Or sorry, this is a medieval thing, so it's a tunic, my bad. So this is the kind of LARP sword I need, is a real steel one, so... Yep. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm not LARPing. Sorry, live, so I came to ask a question. Sure, what's up, Garment? Where can I find ideas for quests and missions for my PCs to keep them engaged? Sorry, just come to ask me D&D questions. No, you're good, you're good. Ideas for quests, for missions for your D&D PCs to keep them engaged? I'll be honest. My secret hack is having played MMOs for nearly 20 years. Nearly for oh my god, for 20 plus years. Yeah, I just take inspiration if I'm looking for like a derpy side quest that comes off the top of my head. It's often something that I dream up from a side quest that I did in MMO, or it's some lore thing. So the more you flesh out the lore of the area, the more there'll be obvious problems that need to go solve. So if someone says, what's an obvious problem that I need to go solving right now? You're like, oh well, these are 5 things that off the top of my head that I wrote in as being challenges for the village, the guild, the whatever. So either write more lore or rip off your favorite MMO. That's my method. Even if it's not a good method, it's my method. That's the price of an Xbox One. I'd probably take the sword over the Xbox One. Yeah, $780 Canadian. That's on sale from $1,000 if you can fucking believe that, man. Makes sense. So expensive. Then all you have to do is sharpen it. It's a real sword. No, because usually the stainless steel, I don't know what kind of stainless steel this is, but it's usually not hard enough to be a real sword. So like the Lord of the Rings swords I have, that's like a decorative stainless steel, right? You can sharpen it, but it's not hard enough, and it's not high enough carbon. It would bend, it would blunt, it would smush, it would lose its edge. It wouldn't be a good sword at all. So yeah, I don't think you could actually sharpen this and make it a real sword. LARP swords and ornamental are totally different things, and I'm an incubus. K, thanks. Okay, I'm sorry, my bad. All right, well then I want an ornamental LARP sword. Okay, I want an RP LARP sword there, not a combat LARP sword. Okay, I'm sorry for not getting those right. I want an RP LARP sword then. My bad. Don't use a stainless steel sword as a sword. Yeah, you can also shout out. It's true. You gotta save up for all winter for the sword. I don't, dude. Yeah, I don't think I mean, their swords are like armory swords. I don't even want a long sword though. I want I want a short sword. Something like a gladius, but not, no. Shut up. But not gladius like in construction, obviously, but I want something that's like a short broadsword like this. So that's the issue, man. What do I do? This is not bad. This is okay. Hey, oh, it's got that dumb shit. Okay, I don't like that. Never mind. They do have like a proper like LARP pretend fight sword, right? Yeah, the LARP weapon. How much is a pretend fight sword? Oh, come on, man. So it's so pretend fight sword that you can smack your friend with gently. Okay, gently smack them with. It's still $200. That's some Viking shit. See, like Hema weapons. Oh boy, were the only fucking shit. Okay, I got excited. Maybe I just get like a dagger. Nope, never mind. These all suck. How much is a full armor suit? $5,000. Yeah. I want a suit of armor, or do I want a tablet? What do you think, guys? Do you think I'd be a better artist if I had a suit of armor? Or do you think I'd be a better artist if I had a tablet that was bigger? Shit. Alright, well, enough of that. Enough of that. You can buy a forge and make one for cheaper. Yeah, you think so? I don't think I could buy the room for that, for the forge and all that. That would be a endeavor to be able to afford the space for it. It's a couple $100,000 to afford the space for it, in fact. I don't know about that one. Maybe I just get the tunic. Wait, where do I buy a tunic from? Can I buy it from that site? Hold on, do they have tunics? Medieval clothing. Women's tunic. I'm looking for men's tunic. Men's tunic. There we go. Wait, how much is a tunic? $118? That's alright. Is it a good tunic, though? What's a good tunic? That's too long. That's too Viking. That's not anything. That's too brown. That's too beard. How long is this one? How long is it's okay. That's an okay tunic. I want like separation here. God damn it. God damn it, man. Is it so hard to find a tunic? Oh, maybe because it's Thursday. I'm looking at it for the wrong day of the week. Shit. Tunic shirt for medieval wedding? I'm not gonna say anything about that. Bjorn the Pathfinder. Is the tunic I get? No. It's alright. Doesn't have any ties or anything, though. Alright, sorry. Okay, we're good. We're good. Suit of armor will last longer than a new tablet. You haven't had a Wacom, sir. Rouse is a good quality site for stuff. Bought leather long vest and love it. The problem is trying to find a place that can ship to Canada for any reasonable rate is the challenge. I unfortunately live in the cold, blighted north of the Dominion of Canada. His Majesty's North American realm. So, Do the Arms Street also a Ukrainian company, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, is it really? Cool. That's rad. Wait, do they have fucking like Vyshyvanka shirts and shit on it there? Do they have any Slavic wear that I could buy? Men's underwear. I don't. Wait, what's medieval underwear? Never mind. Oh man, I got all excited. They let me down. Tell me there's a Slavic company and I can't even look like a fucking Cossack and shave my head and grow the fucking mustache. Shit. Vests, coats, and overcoats. Yeah. It might not be Ukrainian. I don't see any like fields of wheat with concrete in them, or like guys in Adidas squatting, listening to hard bass and drinking Voss. I see no plates with ornamental designs with Holopchi and Petahe on them and Kubasa. Oh well. Camistil's Canadians, also on the standards for LARP weapons. Oh, really? Let me enter that one in there so I can look at it after stream maybe. Oh, I've been here before. Wait. Why have I been here before? I think Tank recommended this one. Oh, he did. Yes, this is a site that Tank recommended to me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, I remember now. This is absolutely the site that Tankerus, the Toll Man, had told me about to go look at for stuff. Elvish blades. Oh my god, I could be an elvish warrior. Would anyone believe I was an elf? Would anyone at Renfair believe I was a mystical 1,000-year-old elf? Or they can be like, I don't know, man, you're kind of fat for an elf. Wait, shit. Oh, damn it. Ah, oh, man. Oh well, I'll look at that. Thanks for the recommendations. I appreciate that. Ours Ukrainian company looked it up. That's cool, man. One Twitch recommended gives me something I want to watch. Really liking. Damn, bro. Twitch recommendations? Holy shit! I don't think I've used a Twitch recommendation since 2014. I must be getting better then. Let's go, dude. That's what I like to hear, man. Well, welcome in, bruh. Good to have ya. Dude, I Ukrainianed the shit out of Ren Fair weekend. The area we went to is basically where the entire Ukrainian pioneer, whatever immigrant diaspora came from in like 100 years ago. They all went to that like section of North Alberta or Central Alberta. So I went to the most fucking Ukrainian parts of my province. I had no idea. There were so many non-squatting, sausage-eating, pickle and smoke fish sucking Slavs there. It was great. I felt at home. It smelled like my grandma's house. Went and bought some Ukrainian dishes. It was really cool. It was great, man. It was a whole event, bro. I got to really find my heritage. One bit of advice? Yes. Yes. I will advise you. I will advise you like you were my own pup. Gone off into the wilderness to kill yourself a wolf, to come back the king of Sparta, to take the crown from me. So, my young one, what counsel do you seek on this most auspicious of days? I thought you were new with the recommended statement. I mean, it is that is a valid assessment to assume somebody's new if they said they came to my stream because of recommended. That's completely fair to say. Running a panel at convention on the storytelling system, and doing a live play where the audience can mess with the party. That's rough. Okay. Hope you have fun. Hope it goes well. That's that requires a lot of oh. Yep. Okay. Seems good so far. Where are we going wrong on this whole endeavor? What kind of things can I do to keep the audience engaged but not be too chaotic? Man, so that's the problem. Okay. Here's a challenge. Here's something I learned from streaming. One person is very happy to see their own specified chaos sown, and they are dissatisfied if their chaos is not impactful enough. Okay. But what I found is the tolerance of chaos from the other people observing the stream, whatever it is, the game, anything, they will not be as tolerant. So you will always have to have your chaos unsatisfying to the individual, but be something that prompts newer interaction. So things like, for example, TTS in a stream. A little bit of TTS is funny. Too much TTS gets obnoxious, right? These are things you gotta remember. Alerts that have some ridiculous shit like Minifuls fucking telling me she hates me, hilarious. Once. On the 5th spam, people are like, okay, I'm watching something else, you know? And so if the audience can sort of throw in suggestions, ideas, chaos, things like that, I would make and design personally, if I was doing this for a stream or for a panel, I would make it things that could prompt more creativity from the cast, which requires a lot of improvisation from the cast. But things like moments that you can prompt the audience for things. So like a whose line is it anyway style suggestions, maybe be like, okay guys, I'm gonna have the party in the tavern. Give me an idea of 2 NPCs professions that we could have of other NPCs in the tavern. And then people can like, you know, be ridiculous and shit. But things like a lot of redeems. Yo, Jag Loves Ugly. That's a great name. Thanks for the follow, Jag. I appreciate it. But things that are too disruptive will just throw people off. So I'd be very careful not to do the easy sort of like low-hanging fruit of like, everyone has to talk backwards or like, you know, speak in a funny accent for 10 minutes, stuff like that. Anything that kind of throws off too much. Audience suggestions great because you can also pick and choose it. Audience interference is very dangerous. And I think that's where you might find some struggles. So I would definitely open up if you want interaction from your audience. I'd definitely open up to audience suggestion and have places where you're planning to sort of have that suggestion. But my core philosophy is I would try and avoid unprompted opportunities to mess with the core of what's going on. And maybe that can inspire some ideas from like my personal experience streaming and shit like that. Like I personally don't have a single redeem in there. A single redeem in my channel points or whatever anyone can do that will force me to stop what I'm doing. Right? Because if I'm like talking about something important and someone does a green dragon check and they're like, oh, you should draw a green dragon now. You just don't. And if they cry about it, you just ban them. Like it's very easy. it's fine. Right? Somebody TTS is too much or their TTS is too long, you just skip it. And these are things you have to do and you have to like kind of read the vibe. So I would just limit the ability for somebody to cause unprompted chaos. Open up the chaos gates and allow people to interject. But definitely don't leave them open all the time, I think. So it's my opinion. Could be dead fucking wrong. What do I know about streaming? I'm an irrelevant nobody. But that's my intuition. Gasoline novelty in the context of stable core. Too much of it becomes a disorganized mess, which is harder to watch. Yeah, I think it's sometimes very difficult to know because people won't think they're doing too much because to them they have their spotlight in their moment. It's like kind of you see this sometimes when people want to like interact or argue too much with like a streamer, right? Like somebody wants to tell me all about why, I don't know, Breath of the Wild is the best game ever. And I have a bit of a brief conversation with them. And then I move on. And then they're still talking about it. And then they're like mad that I'm not responding to them. And it's like, when you see a streamer get stun locked by one person, it's hard to watch, man. A little bit of an interesting conversation between two people, a streamer and a person in chat is very interesting. You're like, oh, that was an interesting little conversation or whatever. But if it goes on too long, you as the viewer kind of like, okay, I'm fucking bored. I certainly get that way when a streamer I watch gets stun locked. I have like a no stun lock rule anymore. Like I will not debate people about stuff on stream. I'll do everything I can not to get stun locked because everyone's susceptible to it. Probably still happens, but I try not to. And so that's the issue I think that people run into with this kind of thing. With any kind of interaction, one person is not, if you give the responsibility, excuse me, to one person to decide what is enough, what's too much, whatever, like if you don't set the boundaries around them, they'll just keep taking up space and sowing too much chaos because they think it's hilarious. They'll monopolize the event. right? Like, it's the worst. Like, here's actually a secret. If you're at live events, never respond to the crowd shouters. And you see this sometimes done really well, and sometimes done really poorly. You see, like, maybe someone has like BlizzCon keynote speeches and video game releases and conferences. When you'll hear one person be like, "Yeah, for the Horde," and then Chris Betts on stage is like, "Yeah, for the Horde," and he interacts with it. That guy's like, "That was awesome. I shouted for the Horde," and the guy on stage shouted back at me for the Horde. But then 10 other people want to do that, and now you get people just shouting stuff out on to stage, hoping the person on stage reacts and responds to them. The problem is those individuals are not gauging the experience of the audience, because why would they? How could they? And so if you give an audience opportunity to here's a button, you can push the button, and all of a sudden everybody has to get on their knees and fucking pretend they're llamas for 10 minutes. Everyone's going to push the button and fucking spam it because I think it's hilarious. It's why TTS in my stream is 100 bits minimum. And people are like, "Oh, you should make TTS a bit." Absolutely not. You should. It's why I don't even have an alert for bits less than 100, because people would be willing to spend $1 to cheer a bit 100 times to spawn their alert. And they think it's hilarious, but if you're watching the stream and past the third time that happens, you're like, "I'm fucking gone, man." So there's even a case for me upping the minimum alert for bits or whatever, but I think it's fine. It's at a balance that I think it's okay. So just in general, if you're sort of curating the experience of the audience, you got to make sure that when you give a person an opportunity to sow the chaos, you put a very firm box around them to say, "Here's the chaos you can sow. What would you like?" And sometimes you do it with the whole audience, and sometimes you do it with an individual. It's just, it's different. That's just my intuition on it. But did you finish the Green Dragons from the last Green Dragon checks? No, because who's the fucking Dark Necromancer? Who's the the Dark Cleric? Dark Shaman? Necromancer Dark. There we go. That's the right spellcaster. Dark fucking microtransacted for Pepega versions of them. So there's no way that with Dark's fucking Pepega microtransactions for the dragons that I'd be able to have finished any of that, having gone to Ren Fair last weekend. No chance. My current plan, everyone has a token they can throw in to do things and modify things. How big's the audience? Because if the audience is bigger than 20, I'll be honest, that sounds like a very clever idea. It also sounds like it's a guaranteed exact way that I was talking about not doing, where you're allowing them to decide the chaos or whatever. You're not putting a box around them. Because again, you might think, well, everyone only has one, and it's an hour-long thing. Okay, if there's 70 people, then that's on average more than one per minute, and that could be dangerous. So yeah. But funnier due to the lower frequency. Sure, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it might work. Maybe it might be amazing. But in my experience, that's the danger. I think that you walk with that. I don't have any big alerts that aren't very expensive. So if someone wants to play a 10-second alert on my stream, it's a substantial amount of support. It's funny because it doesn't happen that often. That reminds me, I need to change the 500-bit alert to be something more simple. Shit. Change, because I'm exactly going against this when I say that. So the 500-bit alert is is it? Fuck. It's a little bit too long. 500-bit alert. I was gonna do it before I went away for Ren Fair, but totally forgot. Dark has the Ruby Crumb, the whole Ruby in it, all of it. We're going to a Rocky live show, and the audience is given a script of things to do. There are moments you can yell things to characters, and one of those was yelling bitch to a Janice character. I don't know anything about that, so a lot of people engage with it. Felt off-putting, really uncomfortable. Yeah, I imagine if it was too chaotic, but I don't really have a good gauge of what that would look like. But I can definitely understand, yeah, if it was too much and too often, too frequent, whatever, then it could totally kill the vibe and whatnot for everyone else watching. So, I totally see that being a thing. Upon being one chance per person, so a lot of people in the room want to club together to really change the outcome of a role in a big way. That's their call, but they sort of burn their influence in that one big thing. Oh, sure, okay. If that's the way it goes, then yeah, I totally understand that. Okay, yeah. I mean, if it's not like they can like if the token is small enough that can influence something, but if the token is like, yeah, I throw my token and now that person needs to quack like a duck for 10 minutes, then that's like way too much power in their hands. But if it's like, yeah, they can all like 20 people can throw their tokens to add +1 or +20 to a roll. That's awesome. Great idea. Love that. Ones where I see where audience can redeem stuff is like give the character inspiration, advantage or disadvantage, little things like that. Okay, yeah, then that's great. Yeah, that's sure. Why not? If there's or you could have people like compete against each other, where it's like give a character +1 or give a character -1. Like there's a streamer that did this. He's a World of Warcraft streamer for Liquid. And he has this mod in his or a player in his guild that has mod in his chat. Because when you're a big streamer, you give your friends mods so they can ban people that are being rude or whatever. Then like mod is a different role. But he has this like channel point thing where you can either mod or unmod THD, and people like compete against each other to like try and like end him as either being modded or unmodded. And so they like go against each other, and there's like a little war that happens. It's funny when it does. I don't know if he still does that. It was like 3 or 5 years ago or whatever. But that kind of thing, people can also influence a role like that for their one opportunity. That's totally fine. It's just like, yeah, if you have people that can like really change what's going on for a substantial amount of time, or even like any real amount of time. If the roll succeeds, it succeeds more, but if it fails, the outcome is worse. And if the roll succeeds, it succeeds less. But okay, I see. You're gonna get 1 token of each, or if there's a lot of people, you get either or. Okay. Well, sounds like a fun experience, I guess. Hope it goes well, regardless. You know? That's pretty cool. Little con panel. I got offered a panel at TwitchCon years ago, and I'm so mad I didn't fucking go and do it. I just didn't have the money to go fly to TwitchCon. My American friends are like, bro, just come to TwitchCon, come to BlizzCon, just do this or that casually. It's like, dude, do you know how expensive it is to fly to the US? Do you know how fucking expensive it is? Like, you've seen my sub count. You know I can't fly to TwitchCon. You literally work at Twitch. You know. Or you're like, yeah. I'd love to do it at some point in time, though. Be cool. Just for one kind of thing, a couple where you could drop like 5k bits and the party could get a free level. Sure, yeah. That's like, it has to be a substantial contribution of whatever. And that's also a difference between a streamer and a convention or whatever. You know? Because like no one really gets butthurt, I've found. If somebody like spawns an alert for like 5k bits, no one's really butthurt about it. Because they're like, wow, if people didn't do that, the stream I'm enjoying wouldn't be a stream. So no one's really mad about that kind of thing. At a convention, a little like needles picking at the event, you know, very often would be different. 100%. TwitchCon is super expensive nowadays, from what I've heard. I imagine. I mean, I don't know how much tickets are for TwitchCon. Actually, how much are tickets for TwitchCon? I'm guessing you don't get in for free unless you're probably a larger partner, like 500 CCV plus. So, TwitchCon badge price 2025. Ooh, 2025. TwitchCon does indeed cost. 3-day pass is $240. Wow, dude. How much is the Artist Alley table price? The fuck? Artist Alley charges $250 for a table and includes exhibitor badges. I mean, dude, I gotta do TwitchCon Artist Alley, bro. Maybe that's where we do our first Eldaracon, is at TwitchCon. If TwitchCon goes back to Las Vegas, it'd be way less expensive for hotels. Hotels are very reasonably priced in Las Vegas compared to other American cities that have conventions, like Anaheim or anywhere. Well, Anaheim's not that bad. There's a lot of shitty hotels around the Anaheim Convention Center. But like San Diego, I think it's kind of expensive to stay there, which I'm pretty sure is where TwitchCon is. LA is very expensive to stay near the convention center. Fuck, man. I want to go to TwitchCon, bro. I want to see all my VTubers in person and be like, wow, you're shorter and less physically impressive and attractive than your model in person. I would never say that to VTubers that I don't know. I'd never be that toxic to my friends on day one. To be fair, I do know what most of my VTuber friends look like, and they are all ridiculously good looking. So just so you know, if it's a VTuber that I associate with, they're heinously good looking. Offensively so. That's my friends. Alright, fuck TwitchCon badge. Fuck the TwitchCon badge, man. I ain't going to TwitchCon this year. God damn it. I really want to, though. I really wanted to. It'd be so fun, bro. I hear everyone gets sick at TwitchCons, though, so I don't like... Dude, I don't do any of the other, like, after-party shit. A bunch of the D&D, like, nerds from GameCon were like, oh, man, got the con plague 2 days later. I'm like, oh, well, I didn't go out anywhere or associate with anybody, so I didn't deal with any of that shit. Funny how that exists. Monka, After going through so many conventions with Ella, I definitely have a priority when we're at cons to sleep and rest. The first time we were ever at a convention in Edmonton was a GameCon, and we were like, bro, we're in Edmonton, we gotta like go out and do stuff and see the city and go have fun. It's like, yeah, I know it's just Edmonton sucks, but you know, like, we're here and we can, like, you know, we're not at home, we should go and do something fun every night. And so we went out every single night after the convention to like the mall or the theater or food or whatever. We went every single day after the convention. We went and got food, went and did something fun. And then we like left where we're at like 9 or 10 p.m., got back to the hotel 10 or 11, went to bed at like midnight 1 every single day. We were exhausted. This last game con, every day after the con ended at 6, we were back at the hotel with food by 7, in bed by 9:30. It was fucking rad. Woke up every single day, and the other vendors are getting in there early. They're like all groggy. They can't see straight. They're like, bro, I'm so tired. They're like double fisting Red Bulls and shit. You know, they're pouring one Red Bull into another Red Bull to drink from both of them at the same time. And they're like, how are you so awake? What kind of crazy coffee are you on? They're like, bro, I just slept 8 hours last night. What the fuck are you talking about? I just got a good night's sleep. Except Ella one night. Ella definitely got a shit sleep one night at GameCon, because the problem with Ella... You wanna know my problem with Ella? I complain about Ella. Whenever we go to conventions, she sells too many dice. So she's always at the convention or at the hotel in the evening painting more sets. It's always really shitty. But she brings like unpainted sets just in case people really want something or a different color or whatever. And so she keeps selling out of shit and then having to paint new sets because people keep buying her dice. It's really a problem at this point in time. Besides that, we're usually in bed pretty early. We usually have it down pretty good. We know the drill at this point in time. We're not big con going socialites. We're not going to the after parties and shit. Which, by the way, does seem fun. I'm not judging anybody. It's just, it always seems entirely and veryly not worth it to us. The amount of stress that goes into having to be like places and do things and be late and tired and whatever for the next day's festivities. Did that one year, no more for us. But we'll see. Maybe I'll go to all the vendor after parties at Edmonton Expo this year in September. After I get through my massive meet and greet line. Yep. Yep. I'll be doing my first meet and greet at Edmonton Expo. That's right. If you can believe it. Meet all my adoring fans. It's just Ella. It's just Ella that wants me to sign something for her. That's it. Yep. It's just her. Yep. Oh no, I have Strathmore before then. I forgot. We have Ren Fair in between now and then. I thought there was a Renaissance festival between the two events. Which is why I need my decorative ornamental RP LARP sword. Damn it. How many coffee commissions would it be to get my RP LARP sword? Actually, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Hold the actual shit. Wait, I need scam music for this. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry, Matt Mercer. Goblin Greed. Wait. I had a thought. I should make this a button on my stream deck. I had a thought. Hold up. So load, damn it. I want to see my swords. Okay. Where's the one I wanted? Here it is. Now, let's think about this for a second. I go to Renaissance Fair, right? At Renaissance Fair, what do I do there? Well, I sell my art. I help Ella sell the Blackwood dice. I stand around a table. Which means that is a core component of my business and therefore income. Now, logically, one could assume a uniform that one has to gather to enter into such an event would be required in some ways to do proper business at the event in question. So this means that, like the tent or the table or the resin that makes the dice or the paper that I print my art on, this means that anything I buy to enhance the experience of my business, marketing, let's say, would be a business expense. Meaning I could buy the sword, then write off the sword. And take that receipt, and put that receipt into a folder, and put that folder into a folder, and put that folder into another folder, and send that off to the Canadian Revenue Agency and say, ha! You will not tax me on $780 of my income. I needed this purchase for my business. Interesting. And thusly, any other attire I wish to buy, expensive boots that Quincy recommended, perhaps $400 leather boots, or maybe the tunic in question. These are all tax-deductible expenses. Interesting. Well, this kind of changes things, doesn't it? Why pay income tax when you could buy a decorative sword? I could probably run it too. I could probably run it. I run a lot of shit with my income tax, man. I run art books. I run Lord of the Rings Silmarillion special editions. I run so much shit for my income taxes as an artist. Would the sword be a blade too far? Wood gambeson and leather boots and a crown. I get a crown, bro. Okay, never mind. These are women's crowns. Yeah, never mind. Cancel that one. Oh, jeez. How much would a costume be? Legitimately, if I want to buy a costume that I can buy from here and then wear it, run fair, and then write it off, because I actually could write off a costume easier than a sword. None of these are really hitting with me, but good to know. So it'd be a couple $100 and I could do that shit. I could run that that play, let's just say. Remember, a camping club, and at least the last 100 years we were tax exempt, and tax people changed that. So board starting to write down all the tax deductibles. Now the tax people owe us a few grand. That's hilarious. This is pretty good though. A medieval tunic and overcoat. I could do that. So basically this is going to be $1,000 to get good quality garb for a Ren Fair, isn't it? It's going to be like $400 for boots. It's going to be like $300 for everything else. And then like $300 for whatever random shit, belts and bags and whatever. Fuck, man. I claim like gas my tax returns because I drive my elderly clients around town for work. You can claim a lot of things. I claim my internet. I claim part of my electricity. Yeah, you can claim a lot of shit for your taxes. It's pretty rad. All right, cool. That's about all my hand can take. My pinky finger is kind of on fire, so I think that's about it for today. But hey, man, we got a little speed painting done and some design work. That was pretty cool. That's pretty rad. So thanks for chilling, guys. Thanks for sitting through my lecture on how to scam. I mean, write off swords on your taxes. All you have to do is go to Ren Fair. So, can you claim your Discord Nitro? I do. I do claim my Discord Nitro, actually. What else do I claim? I claim, if I wanted to, Cow, I could claim YouTube gifted subs. Or sorry, Twitch gifted subs. You can, because it's a marketing expense. Who knew, right? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can claim. It's like kind of difficult, but if you have a good accountant and they know like the boundaries of things, you can do it. Whatever. Pretty sure it all works out. Anyway, thanks for chilling, guys. I appreciate y'all. I will be live tomorrow at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, 9 a.m. Pacific, the usual. So thanks for chilling, man. I hope you guys had fun today. I enjoyed our little painting and our yap about art and whatever. So you can gift yourself subs and let the poor Canadian taxpayer pay for that. That's no, they wouldn't refund me. I would just deduct that from the amount of being a poor Canadian taxpayer that I am. So that's the way it works. But anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. If you're playing D&D tonight like I am, please enjoy your game, and I will talk to you tomorrow about all the things that happen in our TPKs. Unless it's just Vixie that gets TPK'd, in which case I'll just meme about it horrendously. So, until next time, my friends. Until next time, farewell.